Okay, folks, can I get an audio check? All right. Cool. Yeah, for some reason, the messages you guys are posting in YouTube are doubling up in some of the other platforms, but I think we can deal with it. It's not that big of an issue. If you're not hearing any audio, try refreshing, Southern Bell. Yeah, Don. I was saying the other night that I was pretty sure that it was a Chinese and Korean attack. Up to their little games. Trying to take away, well, how would I put this? They're trying to not highlight all the crap that's going on between China and India right now. Did you guys hear about that? They had a border skirmish. Oh, really, Don? I didn't hear that. The Chinks took some prisoners. Snow in June. That just ain't right, dude. That just ain't right. No, Kevin. Emerald's just a busy man, and sometimes he doesn't make it in until about 11 o'clock. Battery. Today's the first day that I've signed on to StreamYards in about 3 days. They have made some changes. So I don't know. It may have something to do with that. Stop. What's up?
Well, I didn't get any notification, by the way. I just decided to check.
Yeah, things are acting up kind of funny. When I started up the stream, everything that people are typing in YouTube, the chat, when it restreams over to StreamYard, it's double posting everything. It's strange. So I'm sure it's some bugs. They'll work it out.
That's weird. I just noticed my battery's low, so I'll get out the big one. The old cable.
Yeah, for sure, Kevin. Anybody who believes otherwise is just fooling themselves. It's going to be a landslide.
Well, yeah, the white vote is abandoning the left.
Well, it's hilarious. Like, I don't trust anything mainstream media puts out, but I do look at it just to, keep informed of what the opposition's spreading around, and all the crap that they're putting out saying Trump voters are leaving Trump left and right. It's such bullshit. Like, they're just talking out their ass.
I haven't seen it. I hear it, but I haven't seen it.
They're saying that these polls are coming out saying that Trump's going to lose in a landslide to Biden. It's like, seriously, you expect us to believe that? Like, come on.
Yeah, they said Hillary would get 98% of the vote. She just barely got the popular vote. Trump's even getting a pretty good chunk of the black vote. Last I checked, we got 35% support in the black community.
Yep. You got people like Candace Owens that are waking up all the black voters to the fact that the Democrats don't care about blacks unless it's an election year.
It was Brandon Straka that started that. She just jumped on.
Yeah, Bruce, I don't go to Drudge anymore. He's a traitor.
I very rarely went to Drudge. Not very much, Don. I believe the Inquirer gets it right more.
They can't even get the weather forecasts right.
What, are you in the South?
I'm in Ohio.
I was down in Mississippi, and weather report every night said 50% chance of rain tomorrow. The next day comes, not a cloud in the sky.
Yep.
But the moisture level said 50% chance of rain. I wouldn't doubt it. But you see, you have Buffalo Bills. They had New York and California, which gave them a lot of votes. But thank God we have the electoral system. That's what everybody else has to say. Well, they're pretty accurate here. They said
if I want real news, I listen to Bongino and Limbaugh. I'll go to Rebel News and Blazing Press. There's a couple.
Mark Levin.
Yeah.
Mark Dice. Tim Pool, who's a liberal, but he's slowly red pilling. I was just watching a lot of backlash against Antifa lately and BLM. Seen a lot of YouTubes today.
There's so many things that are popping up on all the channels, the conservative channels.
Yeah.
It's hard to keep track of them anymore.
I just started following ON. Good stuff. Another good one to listen to, if she's on YouTube, I don't know, is Michelle Malkin. She used to have a website called hotair.com or Hot Air TV. It was an awesome show, but now she works for Fox. Yeah, there's people that say we can control the weather. Well, if we can control the weather, they should be able to have accurate weather reports. Did you guys just get on?
I started it up 25 minutes ago.
So, yes. I think I checked about 26 or 27 minutes ago. Nobody was on yet. But I have my phone right next to me. I got no notifications. I got for other stuff. I have a thing about sending Brandon Straka my walk-away video.
You guys over on Twitch, is Aaron still live over there?
And you can turn Aaron's mic down a little. He screams into that sucker. I don't think he realizes he's doing it.
Well, he is a little hard of hearing, and
Could be it.
his vocal volume, it definitely is, a lot higher, especially when he's been drinking. But he was actually pretty sober tonight.
You can probably tell my hearing's good.
Yeah.
I think I speak very quietly.
Okay. They're saying he's shut down. All right. He was saying he wanted to come on earlier, so maybe he'll show up. He's got a big day tomorrow. He's going to get the deed for his
Walmart
land.
do? Zoom, what did Walmart do? Well, the owners of Fox are pretty much liberals. Hi, Huckleberry. Haven't seen you in a while. Good to see you. And Twitch. Okay. They don't really care for Twitch. Yeah, I pulled I got some peppers started, little K cups.
Mm-hmm.
I had 2 peppers. One of them was smaller, so I pulled the small one. Well, it had a good root system, so I stuck it in some rock wool. Now it's growing. I wanted to put a bell pepper in hydroponic. Because they grow really well in hydroponic. If this works out, I'm going to start growing some hot peppers in the winter.
There you go.
Grow some ghost peppers in my closet. Yeah, they'll be gay. They're going to be in the closet. But the tomato I started, I just took I broke off a sucker, stuck it, I cut the block in half, slit the block down one side, opened it up. I got the block nice and wet. Then I put the sucker that I broke off, stuck it in there, and it's got a good root system.
Yep. Tomatoes are good for that.
It's got roots going all different directions. Half of the roots are sitting in the air, which is good. Closet. Well, they're closet peppers, but I don't give them any soy. I want the heat. I made a mistake when I planted the lettuce. I put all 3 of the hydroponic fertilizers in it, including bloom. Lettuce does not bloom. Well, it does, but you don't want it to. So
it's one thing I've never tried growing. I've never grown lettuce before.
Well, they say when you want to start trying hydroponics, start with lettuce. Michelle in the house.
What's up, Michelle?
Yeah, I looked for Michelle's live stream today, but I guess she didn't get on.
I think I got a notification about an hour ago that she was going to do a live stream.
I didn't get anything, and I kept checking. Yeah, Deb, I put the lettuce in the rock wool, got it wet, and stuck it in a container, powdered creamer container.
Mm-hmm.
And they don't really have any roots coming out yet, and the plant is tall and lanky. because I put all 3 fertilizers in it. So I'm getting too much. It might make them bolt, because one of them is for blooms, and I do not want them to bolt. So I think tomorrow I'll change their water. One for the peppers, I left out the bloom because I wanted to produce foliage and roots.
Yeah.
And then I'll add the bloom. But the pH in the water is supposed to be around 5.2 to 6 something. And running it through my zero water filter, I got it down to 5.8. Just by taking out the dissolved solids. And then I put all the fertilizer in. Well, I saw a video today that said you should check it after you put the fertilizer. Well, it's 6.2 now. So it went up. No, Deb, they're in my closet. I can tip my hair. I'm not wearing a hat. This thing on. Awkward silence. That was just what I started following this guy on YouTube. Actually, I clicked to follow him a long time ago, but never saw his videos. His name is Dr. Steve Turley. He's quite intelligent. Oops, I hit the wrong button. Did you hear about it? There was a protest somewhere around Minneapolis, I guess, in a suburb, and there's about 80 people. BLM and Antifa, and they were going down the street doing their chant, and then all of a sudden 700 people showed up. They were against those protesters, and they were tired of it. The town has 2,800 people, 80 protesters, 700 counter protesters. A few fights broke out. The protesters got a beat down. Now, that's not a good thing. Just show up in force. But it was inevitable. People were getting tired.
Well, look at what happened in last week. Colleen had pretty.
Uh-oh. Welcome to my chat, guys. He's back.
There, we're not gonna fire.
What? You're very distorted right now, Canoes.
Yes. We'll be right back.
Okay, I think you said you'd be right back.
So,
You're back. Sort of. Is there something wrong with your bandwidth, maybe? Oh, now I see.
likely. Yeah. My internet connection is a hotspot, so it's fucking up.
Yeah. Kevin Seven, are you in communications? Most people don't know about sidebands. In the Army, we used Air Force. We used a single sideband for some of our communications, mostly our data. Gosh, something smells good. My wife is cooking something I can't have. Ah, okay. Well, I know some about ham radio too. I just don't have the license for it. I was ground radio in the Air Force. And ground radio is basically military ham radio. Oh yeah, we got CBs. Nice. Yeah, Michelle. The people I respect the most tend to have really good testimonies about their past. So don't worry about it. Yeah, you can even use ham radio for internet.
Really? I did not
Yeah,
know that.
I knew a guy from Hawaii. We were down in Fort Gordon, Augusta. He went to a local radio shop, a ham radio shop, and he bought a 10-meter handheld radio. That thing was so cool. He's like, watch this. He turns the dial and okay, hear that frequency? Yep, that's cops. I can transmit on this. He said, I won't do it.
You know, we used to have the gas station that I used to work at had a satellite hookup on the roof of the building for all the telemetry for the tank data and everything that we had, so that corporate could monitor our gas levels and automatically route a tanker if we were getting low on gas and everything. And we had this guy working there. He's like, "Oh, I can get you free internet for the store." We're like, "Oh yeah, how you gonna do that?" He's like, "Oh, I'll just tap into the satellite on the roof." He's like, "It works just like a T3 connection." We're like, "Yeah, sure." And he tried it. Sure enough, it worked. But then corporate found out about it, and they fired his ass about a week later.
I have a shortwave radio right here in this room. When local stations aren't broadcasting for some reason, like a power outage, I can still pick up shortwave.
Yeah.
Oh, you can actually around here to get the license to get on ham, you have to have Morse code, and I never got around to doing it.
I tried learning it years ago. It was just complete fucking gibberish.
Even though I know how to operate the radios and know how to work on the radios, I just never got around to it.
What's up, Frog?
What y'all doing?
Shooting the shit.
Ain't that a waste of ammo?
Oh, but it's fun watching it splatter and fly around.
I used to have a scanner, Ghost, and now I got it on my.
I'm more of a can fan. I love to shoot cans. Anyway, how y'all doing tonight?
Doing great, Bubba.
That's awesome. watched a pretty cool video today. Some dude, I'm not very into like electronics, but some dude took an original Xbox apart and fixed it. Apparently, there's a certain capacitor that goes bad in them, and the disk drive wasn't working. Did you know that a rubber band powers that little disk tray?
Yeah.
I had no idea. I couldn't
Taking them
even
apart.
fathom that. All right. So it was wild to see. Thought that was pretty neat.
When
Let's see.
I had something that's working, I take it apart.
Now, when I was
I
a
learned
kid,
so much.
I used to take apart Nintendos and Segas and fix those, but a lot of time that was just kind of like cleaning corrosion and stuff. I didn't know what the components were.
Miriam, you hitting the tequila?
No, I think she's drinking rum tonight.
She's
Okay.
releasing the Kraken,
Better than tequila.
probably.
The Kraken.
Let's see. I'm just looking at chat real quick. Bill. Funny.
A lot of doubling up.
Yeah, I see it doubling. Weird.
Yeah, for some reason the restream into StreamYard is doubling everything up.
That's amazing.
They've made some
Right.
changes in StreamYard recently, and I'm sure it's a bug that'll get worked out eventually.
Miriam just said Bubba. That I see the comment. It just says Bubba, nothing else. That's funny.
Really?
Bubba. Miriam.
See it? Oh, there it is. The heck is Kraken other than
Kraken is
they-
pretty good.
Sea Monster?
I prefer Sailor Jerry though. That's my rum. That's my go-to rum.
Where you at, Bubba?
Oh, y'all don't know?
Bubba's in
Staying at a
Tennessee.
friend. I'm staying at a friend's house for a little while till I get on my feet a little bit.
Are you in the South?
Oh, yeah. I'm in Tennessee.
Ah, yeah. You sound like a guy I knew there. I only knew his last name was Rice.
Rice.
Yeah, he's short ginger.
That sounds about right. A lot of us are.
I started getting a
of-
southern accent over in Germany because of him.
Oh yeah.
I was down in the South for basic training. I was in Kentucky, and then I went to Alabama. So I was there almost a year.
Alabama.
Yeah.
What bay?
Fort Rucker.
Rucker. All right.
Helicopter
Southside
training.
Oh, were you a warrant officer?
Southside Enterprise.
Enterprise, Alabama. I think I rolled through there recently.
And I saw air show in Dothan.
Well, I'm from Tennessee. We ain't got much to say or boast, but we put on a pretty good air show out in Smyrna. That's just a little southeast of Nashville.
And I got a bunch of relatives over in southeast Kansas. Cherokee side of my family.
Kansas, though.
Yep. Well, my father said when he grew up, you could throw a rock to Missouri, or you can throw a rock to Oklahoma.
Ah, okay, that makes sense. I'm of Cherokee stock too, but my folks were the Eastern band, the ones that don't get any recognition or none of that.
The ones that stood the ground. Yeah, they
I'm
weren't all in Georgia.
I'm from the ones that stayed behind, that didn't go on the Trail of Tears. Yeah,
They didn't get noticed apparently.
yeah. Well, there was a resistance. I mean, it's not like the whole nation was just like, yeah, sure, enslave us.
I read
Right?
about that. Somebody wrote a book about Andrew Jackson, and it explained really well why he moved to Cherokee.
Gold.
No, they
Yeah,
had
it was
assimilated.
gold.
They assimilated into Georgia culture. They had plantations. They had slaves, and they were way too successful. There was a lot of racist white people down there that did not like their success because
Well,
they didn't have it.
don't forget too, Tennessee is a big stronghold of the Cherokee, also, or was.
Yes, and
They
they
fought.
were all over there.
They fought for the Confederacy, mostly.
I can't blame them.
And that's what. Yeah, me neither. States' rights. They didn't have that same point of view.
But you know,
that bullshit point of view that we're being sold today about it. But
that not
anyway.
much bad about Abraham Lincoln.
Huh?
There's not a lot of bad stuff that comes out about Abraham Lincoln, but I have something.
Well, I don't like the son of a bitch. He's a fucking war criminal. Sorry, if that hurts anybody's feelings. I hate him.
Well, actually, he came to the Navajo reservation. Actually, he didn't personally, but he had the Navajo removed from their land
Mm-hmm.
and taken down to southern New Mexico to an Apache reservation.
Oh yeah, I know all about it.
They had probably around 50,000 population. When they came back, there was only 8,000 left.
What do you think happened to them tens of thousands of people?
Well, the reason they were let back was because stories got out about what's happening to them in Mexico. They were starving. They didn't have water. The military was rationing everything they got. And Don, it was the white people that rescued them. They were pissed off at the military for what they were doing. But overall, Lincoln was a good guy, in my opinion. He preserved the Union. But the reason he went to war was not over the slavery.
Not even a little bit, no. As a matter of fact, he said after, I'm sorry, I'm reading chat too, but the reason I've got 44 I haven't seen, so bear with me. But after the war, he said that he regretted freeing the slaves. So, fuck that guy. Not only that, what happened here in Tennessee, what the Union did here in Tennessee, the United States, the Union can just about suck my fucking dick about that. That's war crimes, dude. The fucking killing women and children, civilians, burning down their homes. Fuck that shit.
Lincoln didn't do that.
Lincoln.
The troop did.
He ordered them to do it. He told Sherman, or what the fuck, who was it? I can't even think right now. He told that Grant, that son of a bitch. He ordered him to do it. This is the only state that had fighting in every single county. The only one. We remember that shit. We keep our history and traditions alive here. And this was a divided state too. I had, in my history, I had family that fought on both sides. Matter of fact, they killed each other at Murfreesboro. Brothers met on the battlefield and killed each other at Murfreesboro.
Okay.
Hey, what's up?
When the South left the Union, they were making these economic deals with Europe. Europe was glad to see America split.
Sure they were.
And the North was losing business, so Lincoln had to act.
Yeah, by creating a lie and committing war crimes. Yeah, that was his action.
I don't have any proof that he committed war crimes. I have not seen any.
Oh, really?
You have something.
Ordering his generals to go ahead and slaughter civilians, women, and children, to burn
You
down
saying
every
it-
home they saw.
Sorry, but you saying it doesn't show me proof.
Well, you know what, man? You not having any proof otherwise isn't proof that didn't happen.
That's
the
true.
The proof is all these battlefields around this motherfucker. All these burnt down homes around here. That's the proof.
Okay. Whatever. Let's move on.
All right.
You-
Let's
you
go
would
back
think
to
I would-
Andy
You would think I
Jackson.
would not be a fan of Lincoln.
Let's go back
I
to
have
Andy
not-
Jackson.
I have Navajo blood.
That's a sore point for me too. On the one hand, that's
But
that's
he moved to
Tennessee's-
Navajo. I understand why he did it. He thought that they would side with the South.
Well, in the time of
As you
Andy
said, the church.
Jackson, he had made a deal with a chief. He had promised him, look, when I'm president, I'm not going to remove you. Your people are going to be fine. He got to be president. War 1812 happened. And right after that, what'd he do? He removed him. So, on the one hand, I'm really proud to be a
He
Tennessean.
actually did not sign the order to remove them.
Andy Jackson was a good president, nationally.
Yes, he was. And he was a
But-
great general.
But he really screwed the Cherokee,
Well,
at least
he only carried out the
at
order.
least here.
What I read in the politically incorrect guide is that he signed the order. He wasn't the one that made the order. But he did see that if they didn't move the Cherokee, there would be war, and the Cherokee would be wiped out. They had a
Sorry, hang on
spiritual leader
just a minute. I'm reading chat, but carry on.
Yes, it is, Bruce. My wife hates wheat bread. She prefers white.
Oh, hey guys, I'm at 18%. When I hit 15, all this stops working.
Yeah.
Let me share something with you that I read today. Now this is an MSM news story, so bear with me. But they're saying that a militiaman in New Mexico shot a protester that was defacing a statue of some conquistador. And what do y'all think about that?
I haven't seen anything about it.
I don't know the details, so
It wasn't a very detailed story at all. It was from a Facebook page. Prepare to Take America Back. I don't know if y'all ever heard of that, but
I stay away from Facebook.
yeah, I know. But this is a conservative news page, but
It may
just-
not be a conservative news page.
may not be. It may not be. I know, but I just thought that was really weird because I read the article and there was no like concrete evidence that the man was part of a militia. I think that it was just a hit piece to kind of devalue the idea of militia. So I think the whole thing was
Well,
an attack on us. And
the ones
Second
running the
Amendment.
Chaz are in a militia.
Huh?
The ones running the Chaz, they're in a militia.
Well, yeah, they are, but they're they're not in a lawful militia. You can't just fucking instill communism. That's not how that works.
Exactly. The liberals there are not doing anything about it.
Exactly. Well, also too, the people of that state are not doing anything about it. The actual militia is not doing anything about it. You see, that's the thing. When the government, read your Constitution. When the government fails to do its fucking job, that falls to the people to do that. That's why the 2A calls us all militia, and the act that passed in 46 says the same thing. So
I think, as far as Washington State goes, the people that are in conservative, true militias, they've given up on everything on the coast. They're making their stronghold in the eastern part of the state.
probably so, yeah. But at the same
That's what
time,
they consider the last redoubt of America is Eastern Washington, Eastern Oregon.
Yeah, Seattle has been abandoned. Ever since Trump's been in office, Seattle's a hands-off, don't go there kind of place.
Yeah.
Right, but at the same time,
Spokane is still.
If a Chaz was set up in, I don't know, Murfreesboro,
They tried it in Nashville.
People would come from West Tennessee and East Tennessee and assault that. And they're trying it in Nashville, but the thing is, it's not happening. And because the state police are not, just letting them have
they
it.
built barricades. As soon as the cops showed up, they split.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It's definitely not the same situation in Nashville as it is in Seattle. I understand.
But when they started that in Seattle, they were trying to do it in Portland too. There was coordination going on.
Well, that's not 15%.
I mean, when they tried to bring those protests into St. Louis, all of a sudden there were gun battles.
Yeah. Missouri and Tennessee seem to be pretty goddamn similar. Just saying.
Yeah, there was gun battles and people dying. They pulled that riot shit here. People started dying.
Oh, what if they try it in Virginia?
I don't know.
They probably get away with it in Richmond and what is that up north, right?
They sure the hell didn't get away with that gun grab order the governor had. What was that? Last year ago, when that happened.
Oh, they still did it.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I thought they backed off on that.
Yeah, for the moment. Yeah.
Oh, it still went through though.
And then they came back and got a lot of it reinstituted anyway.
Holy fucking shit, guys. I just seen my battery percentage go from 18 to 11% in like 2 minutes.
Plug it in.
Yeah.
Plug mine.
But I can't really talk inside. It's one of those situations.
I can show you what I got it plugged into.
Well, I'm gonna go plug in and I'm gonna be in chat, but I gotta leave the panel.
All right. Well,
dropping in.
What I got it plugged into?
Well, come back when you can.
Nice. All right, 10%. Guys, I gotta go.
About 20,000 milliamp hours.
All right. Talk to you later, Patriot.
I
That's
will.
one thing to have one battery make. Sorry. Oops.
Yeah, these cell phone batteries nowadays, the way that they're designed, they once they get below pretty much 15%, they just decharge like super fast. My phone, if it hits 15%, if I don't plug it in within 2 minutes, it's dead completely.
Wow.
I understand Apple phones, as long as you're talking on the phone, if the battery drops down to say 2%, you can talk for hours. Somehow they continue to have power.
Imagine that.
Mine would shut off. I got a Samsung.
But yeah, no, I am. Oh man. Well, hey guys, we got some chickens today.
Awesome. What kind of chickens you get?
Some, Rhode Island Reds. They're layers. They're about 2 years old, and they said they only had 5 of them. I guess somebody else was supposed to buy some. They called and said they didn't want them because it was too far to go for chicken. So I got all 9 of them.
KFC.
I got nine laying hens. So hopefully here they'll adjust quickly, and hopefully we'll be getting eggs soon.
Yeah. Nothing like fresh farm eggs.
I'm telling you. Bunch of grass-fed chicken.
Hey, that one pepper I pulled out and put in rock wool, it's got roots.
Yeah, you showed us last night. That's
About
awesome.
a half-inch root on it. And the tomato has doubled its roots today. It's growing fast.
Nice.
And
That's cool.
the plant itself has doubled in size also.
Very cool.
But I made a mistake.
We're gonna get a breeding pair of pigs, but we got to set up a pen, and we're gonna set up a nice little. We're gonna set up a pad for the pig. Give them a little mud
Like
pool.
mud wrestling.
Yeah, give them a mud pool and all that jazz. Yeah, we've got it. We've got the area picked out. I got to get the rest of it covered. But yeah, it's been crazy.
I was watching a lot of Tim Pool
Yeah,
today.
battery. Kevin's asking you. He wants to see that box again. Your battery box.
Oh, sure.
Explain to him what it is.
Have a little tour. Hang on. Got to go back to the camera. Okay. Here's the outside of the box. I got a single USB. Gives me the voltage. This is a DC outlet. And I just ordered a AC outlet, a single one. I could put in a fan. This thing runs pretty much only when I charge. So apparently the batteries get hot when I charge. I ran the inverter for several hours today. The fan never came on. Underneath the inverter is the batteries. This one is complete. This is the only one I'm using right now. That one's taking up space. I still need to wire this one up. But that's 29 volts, 7 cells in series. 7 cells in series. And over here is a DC to DC converter. So I can tap off that 12 volt outlet. And it also runs the fan, or actually, I'll go back to that. The fan controller is right there. When it reaches 24.5 degrees Celsius, turns the fan on.
Was that an aluminum heat sink you had in there?
That was on the inverter.
Ah, okay.
Yeah, it's aluminum. That's the inverter.
Gotcha.
right now I don't have a way to plug this in to the outside of the box. That's on order. But I did clean this up a bit. I put some tie downs here and on the top to kind of clean up the wires and to anchor this down, the converter. Once I get the battery finished, I'm going to put a plate underneath there so that the inverter is not sitting on the batteries, which is not good. And I'm going to put the AC outlet on the other side, which will help hold things together. Right now, it's sitting at 27.8 volts. And if I turn on the charger, or plug it in, I mean, the inverter, actually not the inverter, but the charging will warm up the batteries. I didn't realize that. It probably ruined the battery that way. Back up to 27%. Maybe you were looking at it at an angle. Brand, model name, price. Well, let's see, the inverter, don't know the brand. But the batteries are SPIM 80 HP or something like that. I have one out somewhere. And the inverter's pile. I mean, no, the converter is a pile. 750 watt. But the build is mine. I didn't buy it.
I was like, what is he doing? Oh, it's Ashley's.
Oh, it was Islam and goats.
What? Hey, Canoes.
You know, the Islamic men drool when they see a goat.
You know what time it is?
I can guess.
Fire in a bowl.
Time for pie. Oh, okay, that's
Ding.
you, yeah.
Time for pie.
And that was brought to you by Sausage Gravy Biscuit First.com. Hey, Crow Minion, welcome in. Miriam. What's up? Buffalo Bill. Buffalo Bill. There's a guy I can like. I don't like your neighbor. Hey, Bruce Wayne's in.
Yep, he's been here for a little while.
Yep. Crow Minion just came in too.
Rock
Everyone's
on.
for Bruce.
What's up, Crow Minion? Don T. Rump. How you doing? Absolutely.
Well,
Yeah, just
these
so you know,
protesters.
Wiz, the restream is acting goofy. Most
That is.
everything that's being typed in YouTube is double posting in StreamYards.
Yeah.
It's been doing it ever since I started tonight. So, but did you notice that StreamYard changed a few things around their setup?
Yeah, I noticed
from their
that.
main page.
Yeah, I noticed that too.
Yeah, so it's probably a bug that'll get worked out here in a couple of days, hopefully.
Yeah. Yeah. But now I was like, went and got all those chickens, got that done, and got them in place. But
What box?
they seem to be acclimating okay, I think. soon as I put them in there, man, my rooster started crowing, and I was like the sun just came out. See, yeah, all these
He's
ladies,
like, all right, ladies,
right? These
chicks are here.
cock-a-doodle. Yeah,
Can you guys hear
There'll
the
be
fireworks
chicks in the
going off
house.
outside here?
you got fireworks going off.
Yeah. There's like two houses in the
Broken.
development north of me
Oh
that are like having competing fireworks displays.
wow, awesome!
It's a
Yeah, just sit out.
We have
Yeah,
people here shooting off fireworks at the
it's
cops.
not even a weekend. It's not a holiday. It's like shut the fuck up.
Legend of Hercules.
But also every year for like the past 10 years between Memorial Day and Labor Day, it's just like
Strawberries.
everybody's always lighting fireworks off. They just don't care. The police don't care.
right.
As long as there's no fires. How do they have wildfires in Arizona? It's all cactus.
It's not all cactus.
You know, there's
I
forests.
know. I was. They said it was down there in Tucson. I'm like, really? And they can see it from space. They only have trees in the mountains.
Is some of that cactus is good cooked?
Hopefully, it's not the mountains.
Most likely it is.
When I was up,
Oh yeah.
when I was
The
up
sea-
there, I went to this town called Summerhaven, and they lost the whole town to a wildfire
Yeah,
years ago.
that's what I
And
was
State
saying.
Farm was the major insurer there, and they kind of screwed the residents.
Yeah.
Sad, I have State Farm.
Yeah, I'm not even thinking right. I've just been running and getting shit done.
You look tired.
Yeah, it's been a push kind of day. But we're over the hump day.
Well, you had fun with your chickens.
Well, I got them in there. The fun part's when they start laying eggs. Did breakfast.
Nightly intertribal powwow here on the game.
Yep. Well,
That was
I've been wanting to do some stuff out on the back patio and stuff, but every time I go to do it, those frogs get loud as hell.
I planted some beans I had growing in my window, and I'd been losing all my beans to slugs. So I took the K cups and I wrapped them in copper tape
There you go.
and put them at the base of the bean plants.
It produces a very slight electric charge that repels the slugs.
Oh wow. Yep. There you go.
I'm thinking about next year I'll just completely rebuild my raised beds and put 2 strips of copper around the outside of it.
Yep.
And then put a 9-volt battery on there, 1 wire to the top one, 1 wire to the bottom one. If they manage to cross 1 strip of the tape, they'll hit the other one and get electrocuted.
Another thing that you could do is sprinkle some diatomous earth around the base of your plants. Any kind of soft-bodied insect that crawls around on the ground, if they crawl over that stuff, they'll get all cut up and they'll bleed to death and die before they get to your plants.
What the heck is that? I have no idea what that is.
Diatomaceous earth, diatomous.
I broke up some eggshells and put them around my marigolds, and they seem to be recovering.
Yeah, there you go. Eggshells and tea. I put it all over my garden. If I have tea that goes bad, I don't pour it down the drain. I put it in a watering can and I water my garden.
I hear an alarm. Oh, I'm thinking about putting up a flag that might piss off my neighbors.
That's always
It's
fun.
a subdued American flag with a blue stripe.
There you go.
Oh, I remember when I had neighbors.
That's my goal in life, is to live somewhere where I don't have any.
I remember not liking some of my neighbors. But I've had some really good neighbors though.
Always.
I've literally got probably about 50 neighbors.
Wow.
People that have property adjacent to mine. It sucks.
Wow. It's crazy.
I got
But yeah,
one neighbor.
I've had some pretty cool neighbors though.
I got 2 neighbors on Section 8. They got the free housing. And one of them has a pot shop. And the other one, I guess, a single mother. She's got a really nice Jeep.
I've had some pretty cool neighbors. So, just saying. I've had some real assholes.
Well, now that StreamYard is going through YouTube, it's got a little different look to it. The red button is an N now instead of an X. I was watching this guy. He was talking about his hydroponics and his indoor growing. And then, he sounded like he was very high. And then he took us inside to show what he was growing. He didn't have any food plants. It was all marijuana. He had about 100 plants.
Right.
He's a licensed grower. That's his crop.
Wow.
And he smokes a lot of his product.
Go figure.
And he's a conservative.
Yeah.
He had a Trump flag behind him. Yeah, I don't have a problem with it. I just don't want to smoke it. And I don't want people smoking it around me because I hate the smell.
Yeah, Bruce, that's pretty fucked up.
Oh, wow.
Good one, Bruce. Faraday couch.
Yeah.
But will that block phone calls too?
A block it pocket. Yeah.
Will it block phone calls?
It'll block everything RF.
Well, that's RF. Might as well not have the phone.
Exactly. That's the point. You put it in a block it pocket and shut it off. No tracking.
Yeah.
No signal.
I've had my phone off. I had it up on the dash because I was charging it, and all of a sudden it turned on. What the hell? You didn't turn that on. Then I read about the police can turn on a phone. Like,
Yep.
Really? That must have been what happened.
Well, you got to
Yeah, I wanna
figure.
build
You've been to a bunch of those protests and stuff. You went to Virginia and everything. I'm sure your name's on the list somewhere. And
Probably
every once in a while, they just want to check up on you.
the big battery
Well,
box that I'm building.
When I
I'm
was
gonna put a
rebuilding,
Faraday cage inside that.
when I was rebuilding the stores out there in Ferguson, doing the installing all the technology in the phone stores and stuff like that. The ones that the riders destroyed, they were doing actions at the time, and they would shut the phone systems down. You couldn't text, you couldn't call in that zone, and I was like, working on the damn store, and I'm trying to get things figured out. None of the phones will turn on.
And hopefully you don't have to call 911, which you won't be able to.
No, you can still emergency service call, but
Oh, okay,
they even
good.
send notification there. Phone systems have been disabled in the area you are currently in. Yeah, they shut them down. They'll shut them down if they want to.
Oh, I was watching a live stream of protests in Portland. They had a small group going around the residential neighborhoods shouting at the top of their lungs, and the lady that was running it could not say black. She let other people say black, and then she said lives matter. They got a racist
Right.
running their protest. Could not say black lives matter. And I I gave up watching it around 11:30, so I went to bed. Next morning, I found out 4 o'clock in the morning, a car plowed through them,
Nice.
and they've already arrested the guy. And what I suspect happened was the guy got mixed up in that protest, and he was trying to get away, and then he just hit the gas. He knocked two people over, but they had minor injuries, and then he took off. And they were chasing after him on foot like they could catch him.
Well, it's just
But
like
they
that
had,
guy that drove
like,
that big rig truck through the crowd in Minneapolis a couple of weeks ago. They let him go.
after
He
they
was in
beat him
jail,
up.
I think, for 2 or 3 days, and they declined to press charges against him, but they're reserving the right to press charges at a later date. He's going to walk. He ain't going to get nothing from him.
I saw that happening. So, oh boy, here's Reginald Denny all over again.
Sorry. Okay.
Remember Reginald Denny?
Oh, yeah. Why can't we all just get along?
Yanked that guy out of his truck, beat the shit out of him. Just because he was white.
Reason?
Then I heard about a protest somewhere back east where they had 80 people marching through a small town of 2,800, and 700 counter protesters showed up, armed with guns, baseball bats, crowbars, all kinds of weapons. The protesters got scared, but some of them were bold and got in their face, hoping it would get on camera. Probably did. And they got hit. People are getting pissed. People are getting pissed off. Saying enough is enough.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, when you can't call the police, man, people are going to take it in their own hands.
Yep.
And they ain't going to be as gentle as the police.
There. Yeah,
The police,
Don, you're
fear
exactly
of
right.
getting in trouble. The
You
police fear of getting in trouble.
better be.
The police will try not to escalate because it'll look bad on them. So, but civilians don't have that.
Cool. Thanks for the link, Bruce. I'll have to check that out.
Yeah, those are cool. Yep.
You left a link? I'm scrolling back. I don't see any link.
For Faraday bags, real legit ones. MissionDarkness.com.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Didn't show up as a link for me. I was looking at them on Amazon.
Right. Right. Exactly.
And base. Hey, what's Bubba doing today? He's getting a shower. Come check it out.
Hmm. All right. Yeah, you asked for it, you got it, Toyota. Remember that commercial?
Yeah. I drove my mother crazy with that. I was in junior high, I think, when that commercial came out. Bubba's on fire tonight.
Right, Don? Yeah. When you get your own desk, you have arrived.
Oh my lord.
Oh. And I clean off this futon and then I put stuff on it again. I gotta stop doing that. I need my long cable. If I had my long cable, I could put the battery on the floor. Yeah, Pro, I used to do the jump in the air and put your feet together, like in the commercial. I can't do that now. Might hurt something. Yeah. When you reach 50, things get hurt easier.
Do they? I don't know. I just keep. I just use pain as energy nowadays.
Pain is fear leaving the body.
Pain is. I use it as an energy source. It's like, oh, I don't want to sit still. So guess what? I'm gonna move. I'm gonna get something done.
Yep. It's a
Heck,
motivator.
at the NSA, I only have a flash drive.
Because when I ain't doing something and I'm thinking about it, it hurts worse. So I get something done. It still hurts, but I get stuff done.
Trump 2024.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. I can't wait to see those signs come out too. And it's going to say Trump 2024. It's going to be genius. It's going to be awesome.
I turned 50 6 years ago. Seven years in November.
Holy shit, 27 bones. Damn. Well, I guess, yeah. Well, hold on a second. There's nothing to talk about this.
I broke 3.
8.
And I'm up to 3 now. Got this one. I broke my right wrist at 6 years old. And I'm right-handed. Broke bone in my right hand punching a guy hitting on a woman at Mardi Gras.
I think I got somewhere around 15 or 16, not 27. So you got me there. You win.
Then I broke
Ouch.
this one. Unloading a trailer.
Yeah, happy 50th birthday, man. Congratulations. You've now survived more than half the people you were born around.
Yeah, many of them are probably gone.
Yep. Less than 50% make it to age 50.
Yeah, on the reservation, it's 45. I've surpassed it. I left. Oh, I have sprained my ankle so many times that now I can sit on the side of I can stand on the side of my foot on both feet and walk.
I don't. Yeah, I can. That's part of my prayer every morning. Thanking God I can get out of bed and I can stand on the floor and I can walk across the floor. I can see where I'm going. I can hear the stuff going on around me, and it's going to be a great day. It's good. I'm not in too much pain to move around. There you go. It's going to be a great day. That's all I need.
Oh, I'm in the enemy prison too. I worked for the Air National Guard Police after 9/11. And they gave us live ammo. And we're doing exercises. They have us take the magazine out and clear the chamber.
Right. Yeah, I'm
But
54.
they would occasionally have some homeless person come across the airport to our facility or our base. And they don't mess around. You think the police are rough? You ain't seen the military police. June of 70? Well, I say President Kennedy was my president for 5 days. So I was around when I had a conservative Democrat as president. I'm a Scorpio. You're living in a tent, Miriam?
Yep, she's in a tent in the jungle down in Mexico.
Down in the Yucatan?
I don't know exactly where.
We had 2 exchange students from Veracruz, Mexico. It's in the Yucatan. They lived on the same street, just houses away, and they didn't know each other. One liked spicy food, the other one didn't. The one that didn't, there was a lot of stuff he didn't know. He never heard of Mexican jumping beans. So we bought him some. He didn't believe us. And it was funny. He saw the Eggo commercial. So in the morning, he goes, "Lego my Eggo." Like, what'd you say? Lego my Eggo. Do it in English. That is English. So slow it down. Let go of my Eggo. Oh, okay. See, Teddy Roosevelt invaded Mexico, and he made it all the way to Veracruz. He took Mexico within a week, Mexico City. And he went all the way to Veracruz, where he was stopped by boys. And they said, "Gringo home," where the term gringo came from. What'd you post?
Interesting.
Yeah, I understand.
Yeah, we saw that, Bruce.
Oh, I've had expired MREs. Didn't cause me any health problems.
You have to
Yeah, I already read.
understand our chat is doubling up everything as well, so it's making it difficult to keep up with chat.
Yeah, some of the posts are delayed big
Yeah,
time. I thought Bruce just posted it again. It's way up. If I scroll way up, I'll find it. No, where's Spina Falls Frogs?
false
Silence.
Jeez.
4 times. Wow. That repeated 4 times. Although
Yeah.
in YouTube, I never see it repeat. It's only StreamYard.
It's only StreamYard. No, it's. I have a feeling there's something wrong with it.
I saw a guy, he opened up sea rats for from 1943, and he ate some of it. It was still good.
As long as they
It
don't
had
get above temperature, they're fine.
it had a loaf of bread in a can.
Yep.
It was still good. Didn't
You talking
taste
about
very
sea
good,
rat?
but still good. Yeah. He
It
found
didn't taste
coffee.
very good
Good.
when it was newer.
The gum tasted great.
Yeah.
There was
What
something
kind of
else.
cigarette did you
Oh,
get?
yeah.
Mr. Field or
Cigarettes.
Lucky Strike?
You guys
It
can
had
hear
3
me.
packs
I'm
of cigarettes.
I'll be right back.
Yeah.
It had 3 packs of cigarettes. They were Camels.
Camel?
And
Yeah.
one of the packs was bad. The other 2 looked like they just got made.
Right.
And he smoked and he said, "Oh, no, that's good." No chemicals added.
Right.
It's just tobacco.
Right. Straight up tobacco.
You don't get that anymore
Nope.
unless you roll it yourself.
And even then, they got the stuff coated on the tobacco they do sell.
You can still actually get Camels that have no chemicals added. But I believe they have to come straight from Turkey. Oh, police are resigning in mass all over the country. They're getting their wish. Police are leaving the job. I think they should have the blue flu for a while. Just wait till those people need police.
Yeah.
I see they had a.
This is where things get crazy and the barricades go up. They're going to start locking down these cities, guys.
I heard somebody got shot in the Chaz today. And they had to call EMTs. I watched Jesse Waters today. Pretty good show. Wait. Are they charging him with murder 1? I think that's the only one that carries the death penalty. That was a justified shooting. Tell you what, if I was a cop, I'd be walking off the job. Heck, their union won't even back them up anymore. And it's the union that created this problem.
No, it's not. What
They were
created this
protecting
problem is
cops
they fired.
no matter what they did.
They relinquished the office of the sheriff, and they created a police commissioner. And then they turned around
They
and
protect the
made.
cops.
There shouldn't be cops. They should be sheriffs and deputies. Sheriffs and
argue
deputies.
different topics here.
No, we're on the same topic. What I'm trying to say is none of that shit should have happened in the first place.
No, what I have seen is that the cop does something wrong. The union, the department wants to fire that person or give him a reprimand, but the union steps in and says, no, you can't do that. They protected bad cops too much, and now it's come back to bite them.
Shouldn't be a damn union. Shouldn't be a law enforcement officer on the beat. They should all be sheriffs and deputies.
Hired by us.
Right, called an elected sheriff.
Not the mayor.
Exactly. You get somebody answerable to the people, this should go away. It won't happen. And all these politicians that are above the commissioner because they're his boss are under the same scrutiny and a sheriff as the individual citizen. That's why they
mayor,
sheriff.
Actually, not our mayor. The Portland mayor runs the police department. I don't think they have a commissioner. And he's a leftist. You know anything about Ted Wheeler?
They don't have a sheriff.
Huh?
I guarantee you they don't have a sheriff.
We have a county sheriff.
Sure. Not
And then there's state police. State police are not. I guess I don't understand. I don't really know about the state police.
They are reportable to the governor.
Well, I don't like that. Our governor's a leftist.
Mm-hmm.
She's come out against Trump doing anything here.
Most of them are actually tied to the U.S. Marshal Service through their governor, though.
County Constable. Who's Mark Freeman? Yeah, I was driving through the gorge one day with my father, and we stopped to check our load at Multnomah Falls. When we pulled in there, there was a female police officer, sheriff's department. And she come over and started talking to my father. She was flirting with him. I was over there laughing. We got back in the truck, started going down the road, and I said, "You realize she was flirting with you?" He says, "Yeah, but I liked it." He was 20 years her senior. Constable. Who has constables?
Not sure.
Out here in the West, we got the sheriff, we got the marshal. Same here. I'm in an unincorporated area, and we don't call. I called Milwaukee police one time, and they said you called the wrong ones. You need to call the sheriff's department. Great, you guys are close. You're like 5 minutes away. Sheriff's department is about 20 minutes away.
Yep.
They
Yeah,
have
the
no
only time I ever see sheriff's deputies around here is if their canine unit gets called out to assist a local department in the area here. If they can't get their own canine on scene fast enough, that's the only time you ever really see them.
I live on a border county, and the police departments work together on both sides of the river. The border. I know quite a few cops. Not here, back home. Yeah, I know about Arizona.
Hey, Crow Minion, what's the latest? Have you heard anything about what's going on with Joe Arpaio?
Who?
Sheriff Joe,
Sheriff Joe.
the guy that was making all the prisoners wear pink.
I love it.
Yeah, he had him
Hey,
outside living in tents.
Multnomah County did the same thing.
Yep.
They were wearing pink.
Yeah.
In the men's. Semi-cops. Okay.
Their
Well,
officers of the
Canadian
court.
military are called constables.
Okay, your officers of the court.
It's
Yeah.
kind of like a bailiff.
Yeah, bailiff. Yep.
And I tell you what, the bailiffs that they have working for the municipal courts out here, they're complete fucking assholes.
Oh, really?
Oh,
Last
yeah. Everybody hates
time I
them.
had to go
They treat everyone like shit. Like if you're in the
Last time I had to
courthouse
go to court.
and you're waiting to see a judge or something and you got just a real simple question to ask, if you walk up to the bailiff and you start asking, he's like, I'm not talking to you. I don't have to talk to you. Go sit down. It's like, fuck you, dude. I pay your bill. I pay your fucking salary. You know, you don't have to be a complete fucking cock.
Oregon. I bounce between here and Wyoming. Sometimes back Arizona again. But right now I'm in Oregon working here. Well, I've been out of work for a couple weeks.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. You haven't seen you at work recently.
Nope. Where I work, I have to use all my fingers, and this one's broken. So
Are they still making
But-
ventilators?
if I'm out one more week, I get Aflac.
You get asked.
Aflac kicks in, and I get back pay. Plus, I need to call the company I'm working through, and they're supposed to pay me 4 days.
Right.
I got 4 6 days.
Right.
Yep. Yes.
They're gonna make you take your sick days, and then hit you on your vacation days. Watch.
I don't have vacation.
Oh, you don't have vacation time?
Nope.
That's what my ex-wife's company used to do. They used to make her take vacation time if she was going to be missing work like that.
Yes, Crow. August. Took this whole summer off.
But
I don't think she wanted to be down there in the heat. What is Tucson? It's a higher elevation, but still. Fuck.
Trump says he will not lock down the country again.
Good.
Well, Sweden didn't. They're fine.
Right.
In fact, they got more immune people than any other country in Europe. They didn't close down.
Right.
Some businesses voluntarily closed down. Yeah, but Tucson's not as hot as Phoenix.
Yeah, I know some people that live
But
in Phoenix. I don't know how the hell they can stand living there.
My phone says it's 100 degrees in Tucson. Okay, it's 90 today. It's cooler. It's a cool day in Tucson today. Only 90.
Well, he's not so bad. I'm really loving these low 80s, though. I'm loving these days, man. Kicking ass.
Got to 72 here.
Got 83 today, I think.
It's been
Good.
raining for nearly a week.
We ain't had rain in 10 days.
Yeah, it's been about 2 weeks since we've had any rain. We need a little bit.
Yeah, we
It's
could.
funny. I tell people I hate rain, and they say, "Why do you live in Oregon?
Yeah, right.
Keeps everything green." Yeah, we came up through Oregon one time going to Washington, and as soon as we crossed the border from California into Oregon, it was raining. And then when we crossed the border from Oregon into Washington, it stopped raining.
Well, if you were to trust the forecast I saw this evening, we're not supposed to get rain until damn near the end of the month. But we ain't
Oh
supposed
yeah,
to see it was above like 88 till then either. So who knows?
it's dry heat, so it doesn't feel as hot.
Right.
That's what I love about Arizona. It's the only way people can live there. It doesn't feel as hot as it actually is. 3 StreamYard links.
But you live in Portland.
Yep.
Well, I live in Missouri. Okay. And
I'm duck.
yeah,
See? I'm a duck. I've grown web feet.
I live in Missouri. We have like days where it's 99% humidity. Okay.
Yuck.
All you gotta do is open the door and walk through it's like walking through a cloud.
I hate that.
Yeah.
Just grab you a bar of soap.
It wouldn't matter. You'd be sweating. You wouldn't need to take a shower. You're covered in sweat.
Yep.
Just walking through it. It's like walking through water.
Yeah. I'm not a person that can handle that mugginess, and I did a metric century in Augusta. Where's this? Yeah, it was in Georgia. I was dying. Give me that dry heat. I finished the ride second from last. The party they had at the end of the ride was already packed up and gone when I got there. It was 90% humidity the day of the ride. It was 85 degrees. Wasn't all that hot. 85 felt comfortable with that breeze. But then the breeze stopped and the mugginess stayed. I passed a guy that wasn't drinking water between stops. I had 2 water bottles and a Camelback, and I had to refill at every stop.
Right.
1 water bottle went on my head, The other one
Yeah,
I
well.
drank and emptied the 90-ounce Camelback.
Well, that's when you get out the white kerchief and tie it around your head and wet it down.
Oh, my helmet was wet. My hair was wet.
Yeah.
That was when I had them.
Wearing a helmet.
Yep.
Oh, riding a bike?
Yep.
Oh. Never mind. I just picture
That is
you in
true.
one of those funky ass helmets.
Not many loggers in Eastern Oregon. Not many trees. Oh man, I was down in Alabama and I saw logging trucks and I just started laughing. Those things are loaded with sticks. Up here in Oregon, trees are big. But in Alabama, they're small. It's like, man, those look like toothpicks.
Right.
I was on my way to Fort Payne, Alabama. You know who's there?
No.
The band
Maybe.
Alabama.
Oh, wow.
When I got there, I stopped at the museum and said, hey, is the band around? He's like, yeah, they just left, though. About 2 hours ago. Where are they going? Lynchburg. Okay. Phew, out the door I went. I was going to try to get to Lynchburg. But I stopped at Wendy's, got something to eat. And the lady, the manager at the Wendy's was Jeff Cook's sister. So I got to meet his sister anyway.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's interesting. That's the one guy I wanted to talk to. You see, I had the Alabama Fan Club newsletter, and Jeff Cook is telling his story about fishing. He always had fishing stories. So I wanted to talk to him about fishing.
Right.
Well, Canoes has got your picture.
Yeah, I'm working on fixing it.
Mine changed too because it's now on through YouTube. I got to change it again.
Oh, okay.
My wife's got friends over. You can probably hear them. Got 3 women in the house. And they're having fun. So they're loud.
That's cool. They're entertained. As long as nobody's bleeding, we're good.
They're all speaking Spanish.
Right.
So I saw no need of being out there.
Do you understand Spanish?
Only a little bit. They speak way too fast for me. I understand more than I can speak.
Right. I know what that means.
Well, my mother tricked some people one day. There was a Mexican family show up there. She was doing a estate sale for my grandfather. And they were speaking Spanish. She's like nodding her head like she understands. And they're like, oh, you understand Spanish? And she didn't say anything. They stopped talking. They're like, she can understand us.
Well, it's considered rude to talk in front of people who don't speak the language. You know what I'm saying? Like that.
Apache Junction. Yo quiero Taco Bell. I think I'm gonna need a bigger box. I love the Taco Bell commercial. When they had Godzilla. You have the dog is there. He's got a trap. He's going to catch the lizard. And he goes, here, lizard, lizard, lizard. And then boom, boom. It's like he looks up. I'm going to need a bigger box. That
Yeah.
cracked me up. It's like that Mexican on the Good, Bad, and the Ugly.
You ever seen Fluffy?
We
You
don't
know
need no stinking budgies.
You ever seen Fluffy, the comedian?
Who?
Fluffy.
No.
I can't remember his name, real name. He's a big, heavy-set Mexican guy. And at least he acts Mexican. And he is funny as shit.
I don't like fast food, but for some reason Taco Bell is okay.
He says he's beyond fat. He's fluffy.
Fluffy.
He's got some good stuff, man. It's like Chris Titus. I liked Chris Titus. That was some cool stuff.
Back is killing me. Oh shoot! What happened? Am I still on?
Yep.
I leaned back and then I looked back at the phone. It was on the home screen. I'm like, what the heck? Thought I hit the X, the red button. Wait a minute, there's another red button underneath the StreamYard button. There's another red button.
Not seeing what you're seeing, I guess.
It's on the phone. You're on your computer, right?
Yeah.
That'll be different.
Yeah, they've changed up some stuff in here, and I'm not exactly sure what all's changed. But, yeah. Mongolia. Bill and these Mongolian chicks, man. He wants a yurt
With a yak.
with a yak and a kicking goat. It's time to kick that goat. We missed it.
Oh no. Oh, I found another Guinness. I must have hid Guinness all over my room. But I only find one at a time. I can't even get a buzz on that.
Oh my god.
Fills me up, but I don't just get a meal. I get more than the meal. Meal doesn't fill me up.
Oh.
Yeah, my wife and I were down in Argentina. We were in a taxi, and I guess she was talking to him. Well, I didn't speak Spanish.
Wow, Bill's yurt and yak emporium.
She gave him a tip of $2, and he was so happy he got $2. He's like, I can eat all day with this. Well, not back in the U.S. That might get you a cup of coffee here. If you don't buy one of them flavored ones.
Looks like the doubling up has stopped on the chat.
For now, yeah. It was doing about 5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
Fingers
Right.
30-pack.
Oh yeah, they were like 2 for $1.
12-pack here.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember when we were $1.
crossed.
When I was a kid, you get 4 for $1 tacos. You know what I'm saying? Regular everyday tacos. Shit.
Now, what I missed is back in the 90s, that the original 5 room six,
Yeah.
and they were
Not
big.
don't sound very good.
Oh yeah. Our no, $5, $5, $5, $5. Or $4. Remember it was $4?
Yeah.
Yeah. Large pizza. $4.
Yeah, I was in Austria and we got 1,500 shillings to the dollar. I gave him $100 and I was like, man, I feel rich.
All right.
And I bought a bottle of Austrian, top shelf
You never been
Austrian
to
wine
Italy, have you? You
for
never been to
$12.
Italy, have you?
Not Italy.
No, when you cash in American money in Italy, you get like thousands of lire. But then you realize that it takes like 300 lire to buy a soda or something. You know what I'm saying?
Well, it's the same in France. I've been there, and you just give them $10, you get a wad of money like that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Uncle Bubba, I think you're talking about Little Caesars Pizza by the foot. That shit was great.
Oh yeah.
They used to run that promotion back in the 90s. It was this real long box, and they had 3 sections of pizza and a section of breadsticks. Oh, it was the bomb.
Yeah.
My wife's friends are gone.
Little Caesars is nothing like it used to be. Now it's all pre-made, quick to heat up and everything, mass produced. It tastes like shit.
It really does. Yeah. It used to be the bomb.
But it's still better than Domino's. That's the
I've
worst
had to wait
fucking
for my
pizza I've
pizza
ever
this
had.
Last time I go to Little Caesars and I have to wait for the pizza. It's not pre-made.
Pizza shop.
Now, around here, the Little Caesars, if you go in and order pizza, it's ready in like 5 minutes.
I have a shekel.
What is this pizza foot? A steak,
My shekel's a temple coin.
like a steak sandwich, but it was cut with pizza crust.
Oh, really? Oh, yeah.
My shekel has Trump and
You ever have a ranza? It's like a pizza.
Cyrus the Great.
So, yeah. And it's
It's like a hot pocket.
kind of like a big hot dog.
That's what we call stromboli.
Stromboli.
Yaco Bell. Right on Crow.
Yakko Bell. That is awesome. That's a good one.
Yeah, the pizza shop that's next door to my work, they started doing this special thing last month to try and drum up business because of the COVID. One day every week, they're basically letting employees make a specialty pizza, their own recipe. And they did one last week that was absolutely fucking delicious. It was a Philly cheesesteak style pizza with garlic white sauce instead of red sauce.
Right.
With chopped steak, tomatoes, onions, and green peppers on it. Oh, it was fucking delicious.
Oh my God. Sounds great.
We got one with the regular crust and one is a thin crust. And both of them were delicious. Now, I haven't had a Papa John's pizza in over 20 years. It never agreed with me. Always got a stomachache from it.
We used to eat Papa John's a lot. It was one of our sponsors when I was running the gaming club, and they'd sell us large 2-topping pizzas for $5 a piece. Normally $8 a piece, and we just we would just buy the shit out of pizza.
The one thing I did like about Papa John's, they always used to give you a peppercini, like a banana pepper, with your pizza
And the butter and the garlic butter
and the
sauce.
butter. Yeah, I'd eat that pepper whole. I loved it.
I'd break it up on the pizza. Yeah. I don't think they do that anymore, do they? I haven't had Papa John's in quite a while.
Yeah, it's been over 20 years since I've had it.
It's been about 5 or 6 years since I've had a Papa John's pizza.
I really don't do the big chains anymore for pizza. That we got a lot of good independent mom and pop type places around here.
We don't have any. Yeah, we don't have any of those around here, but we do. I do like the Pizza Hut deep crust 3-topping pizza with meatballs, mushrooms, and bacon.
Yeah, once a year I'll get Pizza Hut. Their traditional pan pizza with just pepperoni and sausage, real greasy and goes down good with a beer.
Oh yeah. No, but if they bring back the specialty pizza sales, I like to get the deep dish supreme.
Now, the one time that I visited Chicago 10 years ago, I tried the original deep dish pizza place there,
Yeah.
Pizzeria Uno.
Yeah.
And they neglected to tell me that when they bring it out to the table, that pizza is about 500 degrees.
I know they do.
They didn't say anything about it. I'm like, cool, I just got, a small little personal pan pizza with like 4 slices, bit into it, burn the fuck out of my mouth. Oh my God.
Yeah.
I killed my taste buds for about a month from one bite of pizza. That cheese and sauce was like boiling.
Dude, I had one of those. I had previously been warned about that, so I brought me a temperature thing with a little laser deal. It's not cool enough to eat yet, because you can't tell it's hot like that.
Yeah, it didn't look like it was like doing nothing, but yeah, they cook it at like 600 degrees.
Right. That thing's got cooled down a little bit. That's like a piece of steel. But once it starts cooling down and coming together, oh my Lord, it's so good. We ordered one to drive home with. Of course, you have to stop and eat that. You can't just grab it out the box and try to eat it. That's something you're gonna need at work.
What's up, Colonel Shaw?
Pizzagate. Oh God.
Now, the gas station that I used to work at, they started a pizza program there about maybe 8 years ago, and it's surprisingly very good pizza. They have this thing they call a turbo oven. It's a combination electric oven, convection oven, and conventional oven, and a microwave. It does all 4. And you can basically program it to do anything. Like you could program it to cook a Thanksgiving dinner. but they had these special pizzas that would cook in there in about maybe 8 minutes, and it was on par with. I mean, I would prefer to get that than a Domino's pizza. They were actually pretty good.
Yeah. But we do have an Italian place up, but it's about 35, 40 minutes away called Bill Bacardi's. And it's an old Italian restaurant style kind of place. Um, and they make a badass pizza. And yeah, so it's all thin crust stuff. But it's kick ass. I think so. Only reason is it's badass. That's I've been wanting to go up there for a while. It was also D'Angelo's. I forgot about them. They're pretty cool. One minute warning.
Yeah, I'm well aware.
Load those bowls. There you go. Oof. Yeah, that was not going to taste good yet. No, that wasn't going to taste good. Most of it went into the plant.
I just cleaned out my bowl tonight, and it's hitting very nice.
Oh, wow.
Well, not really clean it out. I put a new screen in it, so.
Cheater.
Well, I'm all out of my cleaning spray. I got to go snitch some more from work. I use this stuff that we use for cleaning the deep fryer. It's a decarbonizer. And
Right.
it works great for pulling the resin off the pipe. Just soak it in a cup for about 5 minutes and it washes right out.
Nice.
But you got to rinse it really good because the shit's super acidic. When you're spraying it, if you get a little bit on your skin, you feel it starting to burn within 5 seconds.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah. It's nasty shit, but it works really good.
God. Ugh.
Yeah, I thought about getting some gyros tonight because the gyro wagon was up at work, but it was just too warm.
Oh, really?
I can't eat that. It's that hot out. It was almost 80 degrees.
Oh, no shit. Well, 80's not bad. I guess when you're stuck in a 68-degree kitchen all day.
And that's what I was doing at work today. Like first thing when I walked into work today, I checked the do list, and I had to make 4 deli salads. like can't anybody else fucking cook here? You got 6 people working, and none of them could make a fucking salad.
Jesus. Oh, good.
Bruce, no, I don't want no chihuahua on my pizza. Thanks.
No
nothing.
chihuahua chunks. No El Gato either.
No bat soup.
No bat soup for you. I have had taco pizza, and some of it is pretty badass.
I've had a really bad taco pizza once. It was gross as fuck, but I've had some really good ones too.
Yeah. There was this place called Happy Joe's. And I don't know where they were, but they made a badass one. I had a buddy of mine would always go get a taco pizza from them because they put the Doritos on top of the pizza, and it was just so badass.
Now, we used to have a Mexican restaurant the next town over that did Mexican style pizzas, kind of like those school cafeteria Mexican pizzas that you used to get back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And they would doctor them up. They would top them with like sour cream and lettuce and onions and shit. All me and my sister and my dad would go there, and we would probably eat a dozen of them.
Right.
Free chips and salsa. And we would go for happy hour. My dad would get sloshed on margaritas.
Did you ever go to a place called CC's or what was it?
CC's Pizza. We have one around here. I've had it once. My dad brought some home a couple years ago. I didn't care for it. It's buffet food.
It's not the thing is that you go there, you just bite your entry, and like all the pizza is free. You can eat. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's the deal with CC's. And I mean, it's pretty crap pizza, but there's a lot of it, and some of it tastes fairly good. You know, but you better like thin crust only. You know. But they would make one that, you know, like if you wanted a ham and pineapple or ham, pineapple, and shrimp, they would make it, you know.
Pineapple on pizza should be illegal.
Oh, no, it's good stuff. Good stuff, man. You don't know what you're missing. They made this peach dessert pizza with cinnamon and peaches, and oh, it was really good. Right, of course. Oh man, a Hawaiian pizza has the ham, has the pineapple, has the shrimp. I'm telling you, it's really, really good. Not considered good to eat it off. Oh my goodness. Fried net snacks. Seriously. No, it's the buffet place. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pizza buffet. Yeah.
Now, do you guys got Chuck E. Cheese pizza around you?
Yeah. Yeah,
That's
we
a
did.
big thing around here. I remember about 10 years ago, the local Chuck E. Cheese is about maybe 5 miles down the road from us. And there was a riot there, a full-blown riot inside the Chuck E. Cheese. A bunch of hood rat kids from the other side of town came there for a party, and they got into it with the staff there, and then they just started a food fight, and then they were like smashing all the game machines and everything. They had to call a fucking SWAT team in there to break it up. It was a mess.
Oh my god. You're gonna kick that mouse's ass, huh? Yeah, when my kids were
Oh, wow.
I think we took them there a couple times.
Bruce says to digest raw spinach takes more calcium out of your bones than it puts back in. Take it from a sailor. Only eat cooked spinach for calcium. I did not know that. That's interesting.
Yeah. Right. We have this place called Dave and Buster's here. It's a adult video game
We have
arcade.
one a couple towns over.
It's pretty cool. I mean, they also have the pool tables and darts and stuff like that. But they got this whole arcade area, man. It's actually kind of cool. You get the tickets out of the games, and you gotta go figure out what they're gonna do. You find a kid, and here you go. Merry Christmas, Happy birthday.
I used to like making my own pizza from home from scratch, but it's just way too much fucking around.
You're on what?
I used to make my own pizza dough from scratch and make my own pizzas. It's a lot of fucking around, but it's easier when you have a bread maker. Mine died a couple of years ago, so I haven't been able to make any. But
No. I'll tell you what I do though. I got this pizzazz cooker,
yeah,
and you go get the tortillas. Okay, the flour tortillas, and a can of sauce, and the vegetables and cheese and meat that you want on your pizzas. And you turn around, and I have this. It's like a dip. It's normally set up for dip, and you have all the vegetables around it. Tray kind of thing. It's got a seal top. And I would just put all the ingredients like mushrooms, onions, green peppers, and prep them all out and make this, and make pizzas all week. You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
Worked out pretty cool.
My father used to like making cheap ass homemade pizzas with tortillas and sauce and cheese and pepperoni, and he would cook them in the fucking microwave. Yeah.
Oh no, the pizzazz does it perfect, man. You put a little bit of garlic butter down, and then you put the tortilla down, and it will rise. So the good ones will rise,
Yeah.
just a little, and
Puffy.
yeah, it's good.
Yeah, homemade strombolis are good too.
I heard that I saw a video about a guy making pizza crust with Greek yogurt and self-rising flour. And
Well, when I did it in my bread machine, I used self-rising flour, yeast, and a little bit of beer, a little bit of water, and a little bit of salt. I think that was it.
right.
Now, what I wish someone would do it. I want a pretzel crust pizza. Pretzel dough instead of regular pizza dough. I love pretzel dough.
Yeah.
You go to the grocery store and get like the pretzel buns for hot dogs and hamburgers and stuff. I love those.
I'd like to get the recipe for the deep dish pizza at Pizza Hut though, just for the crust. Yeah, because that's pretty cool. I like it.
Yeah, some of the best pizza that I ever had in my life was actual deep dish pizza. It was a chain. They're based in Michigan. They're called Cottage Inn Pizza, and they're around the Detroit and Ann Arbor, Lansing area. I think they've got one in Toledo, and it was fucking delicious. I think it was 10 times better than that place I tried in Chicago.
Well, this one place up in Chicago, it wasn't Uno's, and it had a big buffalo in the dining area, and it was an original Chicago place, and dude, the pizza was. I've been to Italy, Venice, and all that, and these guys Oh my God, that was good. World class good kind of pizza. Like I said, we ordered an extra one to go home with. You know what I'm saying? Of course, it was almost 0 degrees out there when I had to go back to St. Louis. So we just stuck it in the trunk. It was frozen by the time we got home. Yeah. Yeah, that I have to say that's probably really good. We had another one that I liked. It was called the D'Angelo's. And they got, oh man. No, it wasn't. It was Picasso's. It's called Picasso's Pizza. It's just some random guy out of New York came out west and tried to get his pizza place going and made some badass pizza. But I don't even think he's in business anymore, and that was a long time ago.
I had a friend I graduated high school with who started his own little pizza shop about 10 years ago, and sadly, it only lasted for about 2 years when food prices started skyrocketing 10
Yeah.
years ago. It put him out of business because the meat and the cheese and everything was just so expensive. But he called his place the Pizza Dude, and it was all surfer themed. And he did these French bread style pizzas, but they were like twice as long as a normal French bread pizza, and he called them surfboard pizzas.
Oh wow, nice. Yeah.
And man, he had this pizza that was um, a Philly steak pizza. Oh god, it was fucking delicious.
Rock on. Yeah, those are some pretty good pizzas. That's easy to make that one taste good. Yeah.
Hey Skull, how you doing? Good to see you again.
Hey, what's up? How you doing?
Yeah, and I have heard doing pizza on a gas grill with a pizza stone, it does come out pretty good. The pizza stone distributes the heat well enough
Yeah.
to do an even bake on the crust.
Yep. Well, it helps to get the stone hot first. You let the stone get hot, and then you put it in there like in the pizza oven. Hell yeah.
Yeah, I got an idea for a restaurant too, Bill or Froggy. Um, anything you want deep fried. And I guarantee it would be a success because everyone around here loves deep fried, like county fair style food.
Yeah. Yeah. I was going to say, call it the county fair. You know what I'm saying?
It's like the last year at my store with our deep fryer, I was experimenting with some things, and I was taking our jumbo all beef hot dogs and I was slicing them lengthwise about halfway through the hot dog, and I'd stuff them with some bits of cheese, and then I would wrap them around with bacon and put a couple toothpicks in them to hold them in and throw them in the deep fryer for a couple minutes and have a deep fried cheese stuffed bacon wrapped hot dog. Absolutely fucking delicious.
Right? Rock on.
Probably about 2 days worth of calories in one serving, but what the
Of
fuck?
course. Of course. That's awesome. Uh, yeah, I'm gonna have to hit it here soon, guys. I'm gonna have to go here in just a few. I'm exhausted. I'm gonna get some sleep. I got another couple days, kind of rough to go, and then Father's Day weekend coming up too. I'm not sure exactly what's going on with that. I'm sure my plans will change from moment to moment, probably this weekend. But yeah, we got. I'll take some video tomorrow. The onions are going crazy. The damn things are like 6 inches tall already. They're growing like crazy. But it's
Why did you fucking like chicken pox?
like popcorn. Yeah, chicken pox. But yeah, we've got tomatoes already. The little baby tomatoes that they're getting bigger. Oh man, rock on, Bruce. Good to see you. Glad you came back up. Nice to talk to you. Dream well, Patriots. I got a cruise, man. I'm gonna fall off. So
And you know, yeah, if anybody else wants to jump in, think. Salt. Yeah, we're still good for a while. If anybody else wants to come on, come. Yeah, I know I'm glitching. My signal's acting up. I think Battery's talking to his wife. Hmm. Hi, Snowball. Say hi to Snowball. It's your little one. Come on, guys. No need to fight amongst ourselves. We got bigger issues to deal with. Good night, Miriam. Easy. Hey, Bruce, I saw over in Tim's chat earlier, some of us were asking you if you got scissor glued the other day. Did you hear something happen? Yeah, my signal is dog shit tonight. Yeah, it's always good to see Huckleberry. What's up, AZ? How you doing, buddy? There he is.
Really?
You shaved your beard off, AZ. How are we going to recognize you now?
The doubles are back.
Oh, we're getting triples and quadruples occasionally now.
I shave once a week because it's itchy. It's the best I can get.
I can't shave every day.
I can't either.
Maybe once
don't have
every
anything to
3 days. If I do it every day, it just gets too irritated and I start breaking out.
Same here. But I have stubble 2 weeks out. I just can't grow a beard.
Yeah, my shit grows real fast. Like my sides here, that's about maybe a week and a half. Sweet
Father's
AZ,
the
what
same
kind
way.
of pistol did you get? Please tell me you got the new Ruger 5.7.
Yeah, I'm curious. Oh, heck. I don't have the A10. AR-10.
GSG Firefly 22. Nice. Okay. I know exactly what you're talking about then. The old mosquito. I remember when Walther came out with their P22 about 12 years ago. I thought it was the coolest fucking gun. And then I handled it at a gun show and saw that it was just a piece of crap. Real poorly constructed, cheap materials. I'm like, nah, I think I'll pass. Now, isn't Glock making a 22 pistol now that you can get with a threaded barrel? Now, I have two 22 pistols. One's a little North American Arms Derringer, and the other one is an American Arms. I don't have the gun, but I got the manual for it here. It's This one right here. It's basically a little 1911 clone. And that's the pistol that I learned to shoot on when I was a kid. Very nice little gun. Wow, that sucks, Bruce. Yeah, the Cleveland, Ohio VA had a problem about 10 years ago with people getting sick. I don't know what the actual problem was that was causing it, but there was a big stink about it for a couple of years. In fact, that's where my grandfather died, was at the VA in Cleveland. He caught an infection and went septic from an open line catheter into his heart. It got fucked up and went septic, and he died from that.
Well, the VA here is pretty good.
Yeah, well, this is like in the middle of fucking hoodland Cleveland. And to tell you how bad it is, we took my grandfather in for a visit because he was dealing with early onset Alzheimer's, and then he had bone marrow cancer. And we were waiting in the waiting room lobby one day, and he went up to go take a leak. He came back. Somebody stole his fucking walking cane right out of the goddamn lobby at a VA hospital. He was pissed.
Shouldn't have left it alone.
Crow Minion's last post got repeated 5 times.
Yeah, I see that.
What the fuck?
6.
Oh. Oh, there's AZ.
What the fuck? 6.
Howdy, brother.
Hello there, sir.
Oh, I kept the stash. Cool.
Hey, what's going on?
Nothing much.
Where's Emerald?
He crashed about 10-15 minutes ago. He was tired.
Yeah.
I'll be keeping it up for maybe another 15 minutes or so.
He's in Dreamland. Dreaming about Emerald City.
Yeah, Crow, it's the restream that goes into StreamYard where we see the chat. It's repeating everything. It's not showing up on YouTube.
Oh, man. You guys watching all this shit going on?
Oh,
Some
I
of
was
it,
watching
yeah.
the protest in Portland last night.
Yeah,
Crazy lady
you saw
running it.
You saw that that car.
Yep.
That tried running through the crowd.
The lady that was running that last night, white, and she could not say. They were doing that chant, Black Lives Matter. She couldn't say black.
Okay.
So she said lives matter, but they would say black, and she'd join into lives matter.
Yeah.
But she couldn't find it in herself to say Black Lives Matter.
I was watching Portland Andy. He had 4 or 5 different Portland streams going on.
Yeah,
But he could only pick like one audio stream, so you couldn't get a lot of detail of what was going on.
Yeah, I watch Portland, India a lot too. Probably
Yeah.
seen me in there.
Huh?
You probably seen me in there.
You
I
know,
was watching that too.
I was watching that and I was like reading through the news on my phone. I was just there to catch action.
And today
I saw a
he did a
fuck up
live
story
stream where he
today.
was getting ready for a barbecue.
I was going through my news feeds when I got into work today on my first smoke break. Saw an article. The Boy Scouts of America are officially declaring themselves in support of Black Lives Matter, and they're going to start a mandatory merit badge that everyone has to get in order to get Eagle Scout for diversity.
Yeah.
Fucking Boy Scouts, it's a complete garbage organization, has been for the last 20 years.
Yeah, they've been subverting it for a long time. So
My younger brother almost made Eagle Scout.
Same here. I was this close away from
And
getting
he
it.
went in the Marines. I was watching this an old protest about a year ago in Portland, where a car got stuck because of the protest in front of her, and they told her to back up. And this guy on a bike just stood there. Turns out he was a Marine. I was like, so I started looking at it closer. And I was like, dang, it looks a lot like my brother. And I forgot what stream I was watching, but the guy that does the stream, he was there. And he was watching the crowd, watching the Antifa spread out all over the area. And he saw one of them pull out a knife. And he was going for that Marine. And he intervened. He got in between them. And the guy put the knife away back in his pocket and took off. He said something to the guy. But other people started going after him too. All Antifa. Because they found out who he was. He was a Marine.
yeah.
It's well known in Portland. But he wouldn't move. So they had to make room in front of the car to let her through. But I didn't really pay attention to the guy that well. And this time, because he played a lot more video. And man, it looks like my brother. He would dress like that too.
You know, I got a report from a relative about 50 miles north of me in Prescott. They've been busting in Black Lives Matter to protest.
I know.
Well,
I saw a whole
isn't
bunch of
Prescott
cars.
a big liberal arts college town? Real hardcore lefty?
Well,
I
that's
saw
Flagstaff. They have their
Flagstaff?
share of cards in Prescott, but they're mainly people are conservative up there. And she knows like everybody in town, and she didn't recognize any of them. Plus, they did have buses parked down the street, so it was all brought in.
At Minneapolis, I saw they had a helicopter flying over, and there were a whole bunch of cars outside of town lined up. They parked on the side of the highway, and then they walked across the highway and then across the field and got on buses.
Yeah.
And they took them into Minneapolis.
Yep.
They were the night shift.
Yeah.
AKA rioters.
I wish somebody would have torched all the buses and got them all stranded out of town.
Or torched their cars.
There's all kinds of shit I want to do, but
Same here.
all
Have
of it
your
would
ways.
be in prison.
I enjoy my freedom, though. I don't want to
Weird
be
science.
incarcerated.
That was a good movie back in the day.
Well, if they grow a pair of balls, it'll come down to a shooting war.
Oh yeah.
Well, did you hear about the 700 counter protesters that showed up at a Black Lives Matter march?
Where
Black Lives Matter had 80 people, and
that
70
happen?
armed people showed up. Or 700 armed people showed up.
Where did that happen?
I think it was in Minnesota.
Okay. I caught a bunch of videos out of Idaho and Boise where the whole town came out armed.
Coeur d'Alene. Yeah,
It looked
I saw that last week.
like
Yep.
it looked like a Main Street gun show.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
I know.
Oh man, I'd
It was
been
absolutely-
there. You'd have the same thing in Cheyenne.
Then there was the guy. I think it was either in Idaho or Montana. Someone took a picture on their phone. They were on the highway. There was a car in front of them. Someone did up their car like a road warrior car,
I
all
saw
armored
that.
up and everything.
Saw that.
He had like a turret on the top with like something that looked like a, I don't know, a combination grenade launcher, squirt gun or something.
Is that the one that has
Obviously
like,
non-functional,
sandbags
but-
in like the back window or something?
Gotta have a squirt gun.
Yeah.
We come to
Yeah.
COVID-19.
Now, what I would love to do, I saw a video, it was probably 6-7 years ago. Some guy, a farmer, drove his tractor into this little town where they were having some big libtard protest gathering on their town square. And he drove his tractor right down the main strip, and he was hauling a manure spreader, and he just started shooting shit at the protesters. Flinging poo everywhere.
I'd like to see that.
When do you think listeria is going to break out? See it in the chest.
They can't even agree what they want to call the damn place. One day it's Chaz,
Chaz
then it's
Chop.
Chop.
Well, the ones that had the most guns get to name it.
Yeah.
I'm just waiting for that to devolve.
They are
Yeah.
attacking people inside.
Oh yeah, there's fucking psychotic homeless people running around with machetes in the camps.
You know, there's a YouTube channel. It's Jade Bossman 008, who's been putting out short video clips of interesting things that's been coming out of there.
I've seen a lot
Yeah.
of those videos.
Another YouTube channel that's been covering a lot of it, the Colored Conservatives. They've got some good content from
Yeah.
inside Jazz.
I watched them today.
Yeah.
They did a live stream today. I was on it.
And they like to troll the people too. It's hilarious.
So look them up.
Yeah, they got this thing where they run around Seattle and say it's okay to be white,
Yep.
and neither one of them are white.
You know, I think I've also seen some people that seem to be trying to diffuse what's going on up there. Like I was watching this big black guy and a Asian girl discussing the whole race thing, which seemed to
Don't
calm
fire until you see
everybody
the
down.
whites of their memos.
What?
Was that racist? It will be the chuds.
Now I saw a kick-ass video. I can't remember if it was today or yesterday. Remember hearing about and seeing the footage from a few days ago in Seattle where that security guard, he stopped those Antifa guys from stealing rifles out of police cars that were on fire.
Yes.
Did you see that video? Well,
Yeah,
there's a guy there's a YouTube guy. His channel is called Grand Thumb, and he
Yeah.
interviewed that security guard. He did like a 50-minute interview with them, and it's pretty damn good.
Hey, You want to have fun one of these days? Log into Unicorn Riot when they have a live stream and troll them.
Nice. I used to troll the Young Turks chat. That was always fun.
I got put in a timeout on Unicorn Riot last time. They didn't like what I had to say.
I haven't been up on Unicorn Riot, but I've been up on a couple liberal or libtard YouTube channels. And you just say anything even slightly contrary, and usually one of the moderators will ask why you're so triggered, you know? I'm not triggered.
I'm on Hillary Clinton's hit list.
Oh, yeah?
You're going to get excited.
I've been going after her on Twitter.
Well, you're going to have now you're going to have to affirm publicly that you would never commit suicide.
I wouldn't. You know, it's a permanent solution for a temporary problem. I stayed subbed to Unicorn Riot because I troll them. But this woman last night, I did not sign up with her YouTube because I didn't want to give her the views. I mean, the subscription.
Yeah.
But I will be checking out her YouTube. She YouTubes her protests. I wouldn't be surprised if she's the one that recorded the car running through the crowd.
Yeah, I was trying to figure that whole thing out. I've heard that the guy stole the car.
No.
Did you see the girl with the blonde hair who was on the sidewalk?
I was actually watching the car.
Okay. Yeah, there's another video came out today on that Jay Bossman channel that showed
they were pounding on the car
going around the block.
These protesters were pounding on the guy's car. So he wanted to get out of there as quick as possible.
Which car are you referring to?
The car that went through the crowd.
Last night?
In Portland. Yeah. Well, this morning.
Okay. The black car with the trunk that was popped.
Yeah, Portland is pretty good.
Okay.
But he didn't go out last night. I was on his live stream last night. He didn't go out. He stayed in his home.
He explained why go out when he can be like ESPN and just bring everyone else's feeds in.
That sounds like Golden State Times.
Yeah. You guys hear about the battle between the Indians and the Chinese the other day?
Yes.
Holy
the only details I heard were like 30 Indians and maybe 20 Chinese were killed in a border dispute. That's all I heard.
Yeah, I heard 20 Indians and 43 Chinese. But the kick-ass part of the story is they're at 15,000 feet up in the Himalayas on the border of India and Tibet. By agreement, they're not allowed to have weapons. But the Chinese had rebar. They were in hand-to-hand combat with rebar, rocks, and sticks on the edge of a ridge. What?
The Chinese have kung fu.
The Chinese had some rebar like clubs. but they were fighting hand to hand on a ridge, and most of the deaths were from them throwing each other off the ridge. Could you fucking imagine having to fight with
That's
your
like medieval shit. It's like Game of Thrones shit.
Yeah. Yep.
Now, anytime that you hear India having a border skirmish with Pakistan, it's always with firearms and artillery and shit. I don't understand why they wouldn't, do the same with China.
Oh, the other factor was it took place at night.
Oh, lovely.
There's some wild shit going
You
on.
won't
now.
like me when I'm angry.
You know what the weird thing is? One thing that I've noticed in the last couple of months that we're not hearing anything about is that shit that's happening down in South Africa with all the people going after the former white farmers that owned all the land and everything.
Yeah.
There was that
You got a genocide
big purge going on. No one's talking anything about it now.
True.
Just independent YouTubers. That's how I found out about it. People, around here
And you're not
praise
really hearing
Mandela.
anything out of the Middle East either. It's kind of weird. Like
People
as far
around
as
here keep
Saudi
praising
goes,
Mandela. The guy was a socialist.
oh yeah.
Oh, he's a Marxist.
I did see something interesting the other day. The U.S. Navy looks like they're going to be going back to Subic Bay in the Philippines.
Yes, I saw that also.
That big old base that we used to be at.
I also heard we have 2 carrier task forces out in the South China Sea.
Well, I think overall we have 5 carrier task force deployed in that part of the world at the moment, between the Indian Ocean and China Sea and
Chinese
Western.
have their carriers. Carrier out there too. They have 1 carrier. The Chinese
They're still
Navy.
training with it. They don't even know how to run it yet.
The Chinese Navy's a joke.
I doubt that they're even certified for night ops.
I would doubt that too. My father was on a carrier, but it was a diesel. It's World War II aircraft carrier. Had a wood deck.
One of the small escort carriers.
No, it was in World War II.
Yeah.
It was a CV-10 Yorktown. It was still in commission when he was in the military. When he was in the Navy.
Yeah. I had a friend in the Navy about 15 years ago, and he used to do the old carrier that was still used as a training carrier on the East Coast. I think the Lexington. He was a catapult instructor on that. He fucking hated it. He had quite a bit of hearing damage from it.
I like the names of the carriers, mostly. I just don't like one that they named after John McCain.
Yeah, really.
Yeah, for sure.
Why would they name an aircraft carrier after somebody that got captured because he was disobeying orders?
Well, didn't he fucking blow up his own plane on the carrier or something like that years and years and years ago?
That I don't know about. I just know he was doing an unauthorized flight. And he flew over.
I think he caused like an explosion on the deck of a carrier, like some armament on his plane went off accidentally, and he was cleared because of political reasons. But yeah, he caused a lot of damage on a carrier once.
Well, the accusation against John McCain, I guess they were getting ready for a flight, and they had all the planes on the deck parked, getting ready for the flight to start. And he put on his afterburner to play a joke on the pilot behind him.
And it lit off like Zuni rockets or something.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
And they happened to have some iron bombs, like 500-pound iron bombs from World War II, on the deck, and the ensuing fire set those off too.
Yeah.
See, McCain should have been hung a long time ago.
Mm-hmm.
But I guess it helps when you have
Well,
friends in new places.
If he had stayed on the Navajo reservation, they probably would have strung him up. He
Yeah,
did
I think
not
it was
like
the
him.
forest.
You know, I figured out John McCain some years ago when I figured out the whole neocon thing. You know, it's like he was
Neocons
always
are Democrats that voted for Kennedy.
no, the neocons originally were followers of Trotsky down in Mexico.
I researched it.
Well, after
And that's what I
Trotsky
came up
was assassinated, they came back to the United States. You ever heard of Bill Kristol?
Yeah.
That right winger, the smug little son of a bitch. His father, Irving Kristol, was down in Mexico with Trotsky. Anyway, when Trotsky was assassinated, they came back to the United States. And in the late 1960s, in the later 1960s, they approached the Democrat Party to get in. The Democrat Party, being Marxist but Stalinists, they told the Trotskyists to buzz off. And then somehow Richard Nixon brought them into the Republican Party, where they proceeded to take it over. And finally, in 1995, actually came to power. And then from 1990, you know, it was very political before 1995. After 1995, given that the Trotskyites had now control of the Republican Party and had power, the Democrats, Stalinists, power shared with them. And so they started working together. We had the planned presidencies after that. You know, like alternating parties. All these people knew each other. But see, the Trotskyists, neocons, let me go back a little bit. The falling out that Stalin had with Trotsky, even though Lenin had named Trotsky as his successor in Russia, Stalin and Trotsky had a basic difference in how things should be run. Stalin wanted to perfect communism in Russia first and then have revolutions in other parts of the world. Whereas Trotsky, who had been like the minister of war up until that time, believed in worldwide revolution. So that is what Trotsky believed, and that's what his followers believed. And once they got into power here in the United States, that's what we saw. But they used the legitimacy of government in order for us to have all these wars overseas. But it was actually Trotsky's plan to foment worldwide revolution.
Yep.
And now they're out of power once Trump showed up. And now they're fucking pissed off. And basically, since they're not winning, they're willing to risk tearing the whole friggin' thing down. And that's what we're seeing today. Got that off my chest. You know, if you go back, you can actually, Wikipedia has an article on it. It shows which parties had control of both Congress and
Trust Wikipedia.
the Congress, the Senate, and the executive branch over the course of our history. I don't know, I forget exactly what you'd search for to find that article, but it shows that Democrats essentially held the reins of power in the United States from the 1930s up until 1995.
Yep.
You know, sometimes we get a Republican president, sometimes we get a Democrat president, but they held the power.
It all
And
took off with FDR.
Well,
And
if you remember, when the Democrats had that power since the 1930s, everything that was going on was presented as everything's fine. And it's
I'll be
because
back in a
they
couple
had
minutes, guys.
control.
Oh,
It's
battery
because they
is
had
up.
control.
Shit. Yeah.
Battery, what happened to you?
I think you hit the wrong button. I'll throw the link up there for him again. I got to run downstairs. I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay. So I have a captive audience here, huh? You know, Bruce, I saw in the chat about Portland Andy. Portland Andy has his own YouTube channel. And when he's covering the mayhem, he does a multi-stream thing using StreamYard. Lost my chat. Let me see. Let me see. The Infidel Show. Exactly. Damn. What was I thinking? What was I thinking? The Infidel Show. Yeah, you know, I like watched Portland Andy occasionally, and at first I had the impression he was a liberal, but I'm pretty certain he's at least somewhat conservative now. I noticed his stream is actually pretty funny.
There we go. Yeah, I've been watching Donut Operator for a couple of years. I love him.
Donut Operator?
Yeah, he's an ex-Army guy, ex-police officer in South Carolina. And he puts out funny stuff and real stuff. He does shooting breakdowns. He does cooking streams too on Twitch.
So
And it's hilarious. He's like, he'll be cooking in his kitchen with a loaded AR-15 on the kitchen counter next to his meat.
Yeah. Yeah. Guns are a commitment, you know.
Oh yeah. He did this. He was doing this one segment for a while. He plays online bingo with some guests live, and the bingo cards are all like what do they call them? What are those idiot guys that always argue with the cops? Sovereign citizens. They do sovereign citizen bingo.
Yeah.
It's fucking hilarious.
You ever look into the sovereign citizen stuff?
A little bit. I'm kind of on the board, on the fence about a lot of the stuff that they propose, and they support. I can get to some degree if you're getting harassed by your local cops, because there are some asshole cops.
Yeah.
But when they go full retard mode, I just want to shoot them.
I followed it and dug into it for a number of years, and although they make a lot of claims and there's like tons of reading material, I never saw any. Well, no, only once did I see any direct proof, and that was the Montana Freemen.
Okay.
What they did with what they did with notes. Creating a note, depositing it, and that creates money. And then they made up checks and bought motorhomes. And the only reason it was real is after the Montana Freemen got busted for doing that, most of the states changed their laws so that they could not do that.
Yeah. Now wasn't
which meant up until that point it was legal to do it.
Wasn't Lavoy Fincom involved with the sovereign citizen movement?
It probably wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah.
They have certain things that they hold on to. I think the most famous of which is like the gold fringe flag. And it is supposed to be ornamental military flag, but I mean, they look nice.
I remember seeing the video where Lavoy was killed. That was hard to watch.
That was hard to watch, considering that it was the second Bundy incident, and they were roundly denounced, as well as the rest of us, as domestic terrorists.
Yep.
Where now we have a 10-block area of Seattle that's been taken over by libtards, and they're portrayed as like freedom loving.
It's like the complete opposite of Ruby Ridge.
Yes.
It's
so I mean the hypocrisy abounds, and it's never going to be fixed, because people like this will always have well, I'm hoping not, but they will always have some power, to define reality.
Yeah.
In the information war.
I saw something earlier today. There was an active duty Air Force person somewhere on the left coast who I think was in California. He shot up and killed a sheriff's deputy at a courthouse somewhere not too long ago, and he's supposedly involved with the Boogaloo movement, and they're trying to lionize him and everything.
I noticed that last week. I had never heard anything about the Boogaloo movement, and suddenly it was almost front page news.
Well, I've been hearing about it probably since the big rally in Virginia. Maybe a month before that happened, when they were all hyping it up. That's when I first started hearing the term. But lately, the last couple of weeks, the leftist media is just going nuts trying to push that Boogaloo is complete racist, white supremacist, and all this other bullshit, just trying to marginalize them.
Well, they're trying to create a new boogeyman.
And they're like trumping it down, making it seem like they're like ridiculous people because they go around wearing Hawaiian print shirts and stuff, carrying AR-15s and look like losers and shit. It's like, no, that's not what it's about.
Actually, I felt somewhat inspired to order some Hawaiian shirts.
I'm thinking of getting a couple. You know, I need to update my wardrobe a little bit.
Blue, yellow, and green palm trees.
It's like,
I could
did
do
you
for that.
have you seen the shirt that I got recently? I got this from InfoWars about a month ago.
There you go. There you go. Come and take it.
Yeah, Bruce, one of these days I would love to come out and see Montana. The mountains out there look absolutely fucking amazing. I'd love to go out camping with you sometime there.
You know, I just got my krill oil from InfoWars store, and they put a big, thick stack of little stickers in there.
The last order I got from them, I got about a dozen stickers.
Yeah, getting very generous with them.
Yeah.
I don't know what I did with the damn pack. There they are. Yeah, I got a whole bunch of them.
Yep. I got about the same thing there. The long, narrow ones.
Yep.
I had taken a picture of them with the rifle that I put together. Just for shits and giggles.
Hey, how did your new build shoot?
I have not gotten around to shoot it yet. Because the guy that I was going to go shoot with, he blew me off last week, so I didn't get to go.
Yeah.
I got a coworker who lives a couple miles down the road from me in the township where it's legal to shoot. And I asked her son if she'd ask him if I could shoot down there. I'm still waiting to hear back.
Yeah, I missed out on the on all the drum magazines when yeah. I missed out on all the drum magazines when they kind of disappeared at the beginning of COVID. They, you know, like Classic Firearms was having sales
Still,
of drum magazines.
I think you can still get a bunch of them at classicfirearms.com. They're not the like I have the original, you know, the expensive Beta C mag, and the ones that I think that they have on Classic, they're only like $100, so they're not that brand, but
yeah,
I'm sure they're functional.
Well, they had them down to like $70 on sale, and they were on my list, as well as a ton of other stuff. But everything has either disappeared or gone up in price drastically.
Yeah, because I got my Beta mag right after the Dayton shooting last year, because that's what the Dayton shooter was using, and I paid with the kit that I got with it. I think I paid like $350 for it.
Yeah,
but it's got a lifetime guarantee, so
yeah. The only drums I have are original Russian AK drums. I have 2 of those.
I'm not sure if I'd want to get into an AK. I've never used one. The only Russian guns I've ever used were an SKS and a Tokarov pistol. And
Yeah.
I like the SKS. I mean, Classic has them on sale for like $320.
Yes.
And then if you can pay like an extra $20 to get like a hand picked one, best of the lot. Maybe up to like 300, 400 yards for deer hunting, but I couldn't use it here in Ohio for that because we got that stupid law where if you're hunting deer with a rifle, it's got to be a straight wall cartridge.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Okay.
The only gun that I have that I could legally hunt deer with here in Ohio that's a rifle is my 45 carbine, that Marlin I got,
Yeah.
or my 20 gauge shotgun, and I got a 12 gauge now too. But yeah, the only rifle I got that I could use is the Marlin, that
Yeah.
Camp 45 carbine. I love that thing.
Well, I started off with SKSs and AKs back in the 90s, and I like them. I'm completely geared up for AK, and it's only been the past 3 years
I remember.
that I switched over to the AR-15 platform. The SKS is, I believe, is more accurate than the AK. And the AK is good out to the canoe. It looks like you like seized up on your screen there.
Yeah, I'm gonna drop out real quick on that.
Okay. I'm getting notifications here. I think the AK is okay out to 300 or 400 yards. You try to go any further, and you get too many inaccuracies. And I believe it's because the barrel profile is so thin on it, it causes the barrel to vibrate, which scatters your shot placement at 300-400 yards. I have an AR set up to shoot 7.62 by 39, and the difference is amazing. That thing is almost a tack driver. So what I've done is, cleaned and lubed my AKs and packed them away in one of those tall ammo cans I think they use for mortar rounds, so that if necessary I can bury it somewhere convenient. But I have 2 AKs left, a Romanian Wasser, and I have a Chinese patterned after the RPD, which has a 20-inch barrel on it, and that's what I got the drums for. Yeah,
I remember going to gun shows with my dad back in the 90s, and you could get SKS for about $75.
That's right. I have buddies in town who bought cases of them.
These guys were selling them. They had them in a barrel, like a whiskey barrel.
Yep. My ex-wife actually, she had a Russian SKS.
Hmm.
It was beautiful. I had a series of Chinese SKS. I think I wouldn't mind having some just to put away, stash, but I sure wouldn't pay $350 for one.
Yeah, these ones on Classic Firearms, they're Chinese,
Yes.
and they come straight shipped in Cosmoline. They're all war relics.
Yes.
I don't know. I wouldn't trust my life with one. Let's just put it that way.
I'm trying to figure that out because in the 1992 Clinton gun bill, which tried to ban everything, the import of Chinese firearms was prohibited.
Well, what
And
they're
because
doing, from what I understand, they're importing about 80% of the gun, and then some of the action assemblies are made here in the States, so it's not a fully imported gun. I think that
Okay.
it's a loophole.
Okay, because I figured if they're bringing in Chinese SKSs, they would also be bringing in Chinese AKs. Like a civilian version of their new
Yeah.
Colt assault rifle.
Well, I know Classic, they also sell curio guns that
Yes,
don't require an FFL. If you have a curio license, you can get them.
yes.
And I think the requirement on that is still 50 years old or more, and you can bypass the FFL process.
Yeah.
And they got a lot of weird, like they got some Mausers that are pretty nice. They got some Egyptian rifles.
Oh, the Hakeem.
I'd love to get a Galil,
I
but
missed out on that.
they're way too expensive. I'm not paying $1,500 for one.
When they hit our market, they were, I think, in the $400 range, as well as the Chinese Dragunov rifle was in like $500. Later on, the Romanian PSL, which used the big Russian 7.62x54 cartridge, they were in the $500 to $700 range, and I missed out on all of them. I wish I had a PSL. I wish I'd even be happy with the Chinese Dragunov, because now they're like $2,500.
Yep.
There's so many guns.
The FN, FALs.
Oh yeah, shit. FALs.
And then what was the other one that FN made after that never really caught on?
That was the G36.
Oh, that was an HK. FN did a different rifle after the FAL that just never caught on. Oh.
Is that the one the British use? The L36 or shit?
The bullpup?
Yeah, the one they're currently using. Isn't that an FNL or FN design?
That's a good question. I'm not sure.
I hear the British are really unhappy with that. So.
Yeah, Jack was talking about that a couple of months ago.
Yeah.
He was saying if you're going to go with the bullpup design, the Styre's the way to go.
Yeah, but they're expensive too.
Yeah.
See, I can only afford clearance shit or on sale shit, and all the sales are gone. Well, some of the
I haven't
sales.
been to a gun show in a long time. It's been probably close to 10 years.
Yeah. I think if they have one in town this summer, I might round up my miscellaneous stuff and rent a table.
There you go.
I have I have a lot of ammunition that I don't have firearms for. I have a lot of magazines that I don't have firearms for, and I have some firearms that I haven't done anything with, and I should turn around and sell.
See, my problem is the people that I would go to gun shows with, they did, all my gun-friendly friends, they don't like gun shows for some reason or other. Most of them have had bad experiences there. My one good friend that I bought some guns off of, he refuses to go to them because someone got shot at a gun show that he went to once, and he never wanted to go after that. I had a similar experience. I went to a show at the county fairgrounds about 20 years ago with my father, and some dude accidentally shot himself in the face with a tear gas round from one of those tear gas pens.
Yeah.
Like, there's probably 3,000 people in this exhibition hall, and all of a sudden this pop goes off, and just like that, like instant silence. Nobody's talking for 5 seconds, and then some lady starts screaming, and we're like, "Oh fuck, what happened?" Sheriff's deputies are running towards the one end of the building, and then they called an ambulance. And about half an hour later, me and my dad walk over to that side of the building. There's this big fat biker dude, all drunk, laying on an exhibit table, shirt off, and he's crying his eyes out, and people are pouring milk and water in his face because he shot himself. He was looking right into it and pulled the trigger.
Yeah, you know, you survey any demographic, and there's always one idiot.
Oh yeah.
But at I haven't been to a Phoenix gun show in like a decade or so or more. Yeah, probably 20 years. But here in Wickenburg, you can bring firearms in to sell, but they'll put a tie
Chamber flag. Yep.
Well, they'll put a tie through it. So
yeah, same here. The last show that I went to, the sheriff's department was running security at the door. They, did the zip tie at the door, and then they had undercover agents from the Ohio version of the FBI. They call it the Department of Criminal Investigation,
yeah,
and the State Patrol. They had undercover guys walking around trying to make straw purchases.
yeah,
And they do it all the time because people are stupid and they'll try it. They always, every gun show, they nab usually 2 or 3 of them.
yeah. I don't have a problem with that.
Honestly, I don't either. Certain people, they shouldn't have guns. That's the bottom line. The problem where I'm at, I'm on the edge of the county, right between Cleveland and the surrounding county. So the county gun shows that we have out here, you get a lot of the hoodlums from downtown Cleveland that are coming out to the farm country trying to get shit, and that ain't gonna fly.
Yeah. Well, I mean, there's people who legally cannot own guns that want to buy them, but doing it at a gun show makes everybody look bad.
Yep.
I don't like here we have private sales. You don't have to go through a gun store or an FFL holder. If you legally cannot own a gun, you can still do a private sale.
Yeah.
And
same
most
here.
people, it's legal, but it doesn't make the whole community look bad.
Yeah, they've been trying to shut down private sales here in Ohio for like over 10 years now. And they started the websites that cover it, like that gunbroker.com and Arms List. Arms List especially, almost everybody who advertises on there, they require you to have an FFL just so that they can identify who they're selling to keep it on record, just to cover their own ass. So
I did one out-of-state person-to-person sale, and that was with guys I knew at the warehouse in Los Angeles. And back then, we agreed on it. I paid. He took it to his gun dealer, who shipped it to my gun dealer, and everything went smooth. Yeah, I really don't have a problem with that, although I would have preferred to drive it back with me from LA, although I know it would be as illegal as hell, because I was driving a commercial truck at the time. But I was okay with it.
Yeah.
You know, back then, late 90s, early 2000s, I mean, they were beginning to seriously crack down on Californians.
Yeah.
And they had to give up their 30-round magazines, if I remember right, in the early 2000s. A lot of the guys out there would do gun shows on the weekends, and suddenly they had to unload all their soon-to-be illegal stuff. So I picked up a lot of good deals, like on AK mags. I bought like 50 AK mags for like $4 a piece back then. Some other things, but I mean, now their situation is they're highly restricted. Their scary guns look fucking weird because they have that block on the hand.
Oh yeah, California compliant bullshit.
And you have to go through like a background check to buy ammunition now.
Yep. There, when that whole thing started, late last year, I think it was, there was a story right across the border in Nevada. There was a gun shop that was like less than a mile from the border, and they started getting a huge influx of Californians coming in just to buy magazines and ammunition and shit. And the California law enforcement got caught operating in Nevada. They were parked outside recording everybody's license plate in the parking lot at this gun shop, and anybody that they saw going with California plates, they'd follow them back and stop them on the freeway as soon as they got back into California.
That wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't. Yeah, when I used to do a Las Vegas route, there were a couple of gun stores I used to stop in at.
Now, have you ever had any luck buying guns at pawn shops?
I only bought one gun at a pawn shop, and that was a youth 22 rifle.
We here in Ohio, we must have like the absolute worst pawn shop scene, because I've only been in a handful in my entire life, and like I think right now within 50 miles of me there's only like maybe 2 or 3 pawn shops. Not once have I ever seen a gun in a pawn shop. It's all like power tools and fucking shit like that.
In Arizona, the pawn shops usually have a damn good supply of them. There was from when I first moved to Phoenix in the 70s, there was a famous gun shop or pawn shop called, what was the name of that damn thing? It was a huge pawn shop in downtown Phoenix. And it was more of a gun store. I mean, they had aisles of racks of guns, thousands and thousands of them. Oh, it was called the Jewel Box. And Arizona's always been that way. It's always been gun heavy. And naturally, shit was cheap.
Now, I remember years ago, there used to be a small chain of Army Navy stores here in my part of the Ohio. Yeah. And they were like half Army Navy store, half gun shop. Yeah. And the gun shop part there were 3 stores like scattered between 3 different counties, all under the same name. All 3 of them, their gun shops were outfitted with the original equipment from an armory at a decommissioned Air Force base. They bought like the entire armory with all the like the racks and everything, and that's what they used to display them on and secure them in at night. Like they had like huge roll cages that came out of the ceiling and everything to lock them up. It was the coolest fucking thing.
Yeah.
The company went out of business about 10 years ago, and they sold all the equipment for the scrap price of steel.
You know, I remember when I was a little kid. Well, no, not a little kid. I was shit. I was maybe in the 5th grade, and we were coming up on 1968. I didn't know politically what was going on, but I guess there's a lot of talk about the 1968 Gun Control Act. My dad started getting these catalogs from a Army Navy surplus store in Manhattan. It was down the street and around the corner from Grand Central Station. And they had everything in there. You could buy M3s.
These guns?
Yeah, they had everything, and it was legal. They had the Lati anti-material rifles.
Oh, the L39. Oh, that's my baby. That's my dream girl.
They had, yeah, mine too. They had the boys anti-tank rifle. They had what was it? That M37 small cannon. You know, that pack howitzer.
Yep.
They had everything, and he took my older brother and I up there into the city, and I got to go in this store. And
That's awesome.
This store, it was a pretty good size. It had like 12-foot ceilings, and all 3 walls were like pegboard covered with rifles and submachine guns and all kinds of shit. And I didn't know any of the shit that was going on at the time, but my dad wanted to buy a submachine gun. Actually, several of them. But for some reason, he decided not to. A couple of years ago, I did a search for that gun store, which I can't remember the name of it, but you could find like snapshots of the old catalog pages.
Cool.
Up on the internet. I think it was like Allied Surplus or something like that. Allied Army Navy.
I was involved with the Boy Scouts for a long time, and for a while I used to collect Boy Scout memorabilia, like antique stuff from the 20s on up. And my mother, she became an antique dealer, and she used to come across some unique shit, Boy Scout related, and give it to me for Christmas. And she got me one time, like it was like a 1923 official Boy Scout equipment catalog, and they were selling 22 rifles in the Boy Scout catalog. Like, how fucking cool is that?
That wouldn't surprise me. That wouldn't surprise me. Because guns were not a big deal back then. When I was
I used to be able to fucking buy a rifle through the Sears and Roebuck catalog.
Yes. When I was still in high school in the early 70s, I used to bring rifles to the machine shop class to work on them. And I'd have them in my locker, and it wasn't a big deal.
Well, my dad says that, all right, my dad, he was in high school, mid to late 60s. And back then, our town was mostly a farming community. And he said that almost every kid that drove a pickup truck to school had, a shotgun and a rifle in the back of the pickup truck, during the hunting season. And they park it, leave it unlocked in the parking lot at the school. They didn't care.
The only thing that changed that is people started stealing them.
Yeah.
In the 60s and 70s.
Yeah, because he said he used to go like right after school. Him and a couple of the other farming kids would meet up and go pheasant hunting and dove hunting and shit like that before they had to come home and do chores.
Yeah, it took a good 50 years to demonize firearms.
Yep.
Try to completely change the culture. Unfortunately, they're still losing.
I think what I'd like to get into maybe next year, civilian marksmanship program. They have like basically their headquarters for the region is about an hour away from me at a small little army post. And if you become a member and you can qualify, you can buy, they sell M1 Garand rifles surplus. But if you're a member and you can qualify a decent score on one, you get a really good discount on them.
Yes.
Because you go for like a standard grade 0 rifle is going to cost you probably about $1,200.
Okay. But I became aware of that back in the late 90s. Back then, I think they called it the DCM program.
Yeah.
Department of Civilian Marksmanship.
Yeah.
They didn't have M14s back then, but they had Garands.
Yeah.
And you go through the qualifying and you could get a Garand for about $300 back then. And
I think the discount now you can get one for like $100.
What?
If you qualify through the program right now for the discount, I think you can get one for about $800.
That's actually not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad at all.
What I'd really like is 1903 Springfield. That's big money.
Yeah. I have a bag of the Garand clips laying around. I might have some 30-06 on the clips also.
Cool.
Another gun show sale item. I got to round up. Yeah, I love guns.
The other cool thing I like about the gun shows, you get some of the vendors that don't sell guns. They like sell books and shit. You always find some really cool shit.
A buddy of mine was into selling all the conservative patriot type books, and he'd get a table or two at the gun show and just set everything up and sell. He did pretty good doing that. What I like about gun shows is finding like broken firearms.
Mm-hmm.
They've done something very simple to break it, or took it apart and lost, some springs or something.
Yep.
You could pick them up rather cheap. And
yeah, the big thing at the local gun shows here that people like to do, if they're walking in with a gun to sell, especially a long gun, they'll have it slung over their shoulder, and inside the barrel, pointing upward above them, they'll have a little flag with
Yep.
just the the name and the make and the model of the gun and how much they want for it, just so that you can see it in the crowd, so they can make a quick sale.
Yeah,
And a
they,
lot of times you'll see people non-firing or broken, needs help and all this shit, and it's a super dirt cheap price. And yeah, a lot of times it's a spring or a pin or something really simple, and
yeah,
you got yourself a good deal.
yeah, yeah, they do that here also.
The first time I saw him doing it, I'm like, what the heck is this? There's like 50 people walking around in a room with big bright neon flags above their heads.
Yeah, yeah. I think the thing I miss the most is Backpage.com. That that was a big website to buy guns out here in Arizona.
And I'll be honest, I never looked at that site for guns. The only thing I can tell you is in the Cleveland area, Backpage was really only good for escorts.
Yeah, well, that's true. But it took off in gun sales out here in Arizona. And even though I heard like back then all the accusations about Backpage, I still think they took it down in order to curb the person-to-person gun sale business.
Yeah, I think Backpage finally got shut down because of human trafficking issues
Yeah,
with the escorts and the prostitution and the personals and everything.
I remember that. But it's like the the standard transaction was to call or text, and you'd meet the person in some shopping center parking lot. And it was like the best way to do business. They might want to see like a valid driver's license to check your age and that you're from inside the state, but that was it. You get a bill of sale and you're on your way. I love guns. I can't wait for tomorrow. This is like Christmas Eve.
Yeah, Bruce says he doesn't trust Ruger firearms. I saw a video earlier today. There's a YouTube channel called Iraq Veteran 8888, and
Yeah,
they do a lot of firearm reviews. They
Yeah.
reviewed it's a short barreled Charger model with a folding stock,
Yeah,
and they had a can on it. Man, that thing was quiet as fuck. And you could quiet it even up more if you put some aftermarket shit in the action to buffer up, the bolt and everything.
yeah. Well, what I ran across in recent weeks is the company CMMG has a 22 caliber adapter for the AR-15. And the sales I've been seeing are that adapter and I think they're 20 round magazines for about $170. Oh, I already have a 1022, which works fine. And for me, it's like the 1022 is compact enough. I don't need it any shorter. I think it froze up.
Yeah.
Your video froze up again, Canoe. Yeah, it's messing with it. There we go. Gonna come back in. You know, for anyone looking for a good deal on a 22, I would advise the Ruger 1022. I think I saw it this week. Somebody has 1022s on sale for $199. You can't beat that price.
Fucking internet.
Yeah. Yeah, your video's stuck still. You normally have a pretty good signal. But I've only owned 3 Rugers. The 1022, I have a P85, which works fine. And at one point, I had a single action. I forget whether it was a Black Hawk or a Red Hawk in 41 Magnum with I think someone tried to make a cowboy pistol out of it. This thing had a friggin' hair trigger that you could sneeze on and it would go off. So I unloaded that. But I'm not familiar with the newer Ruger stuff. I don't like their pistols these days. Someday, they will perfect the cell phone. They're actually using us as a research and development project. We are testing their shit. And paying full price for it. Okay, what's going on up here? What is going on? Today I was looking for well, I've been looking for a 357 revolver for the past year, and I came across a couple that were inexpensive. The cheapest being made by EAA, and I think they called it the Destroyer 357. They had I think they had a stainless steel or a matte chrome one, and then they had blued. They had one that had a black oxide finish, but they were all in the $300 to $350 range. That disappeared. They're gone. The cheapest larger caliber, like modern handgun I found was about $450 and up. Everything in a centerfire cartridge, cheaper than that, was like a replica of like the old Colts and things like that. I went up to J&G today, and they had a shit. Who's it made by? Damn it! It was about $550, $600. It was a dual cylinder 357 9mm 7-shot with a 6-inch barrel in a matte black finish. I've been pondering that all afternoon and evening. But this thing is a monster. You could club somebody with it and kill them. It has the barrel is like vented and ported at the end. Canoe, what's going on, buddy? You having technical difficulties over there?
Oh no, I'm grabbing something to show. I'll be right back.
Sounds like you flushed the toilet, damn it. I haven't gone to the AR-10 platform yet. My son has. Loves it. I've shot his AR-10. I liked it. I haven't gone there yet. I still have about 1,000 rounds of 308 left. 1,000 rounds of 308, looking for a gun.
Let's see this.
Okay over there? Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
That's Ruger 1022 with a can.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. Your video is a little bit fuzzy, but I could make it out. Now, is that a homemade?
There's a Bushnell TR25 red dot scope on it with a 3-power magnifier behind it.
Who is magnifier made by? Because I've been looking at those.
UTG Lepers.
Yeah, I've been looking at the inexpensive ones because I can't afford the expensive magnifier.
I'd highly recommend them. For the money, they're well worth it.
Yeah.
Some of their stuff is made in China. Some of their stuff is made here up in Michigan. And the scope, I think, the magnifier, I think it's Chinese, but it's very well made. It's right on par with the Vortex and about $300 cheaper.
You know, if I remember correctly, when Leapers became popular, what made them popular is that they had their people at the factories doing quality control.
Yeah.
To make sure no bullshit got shipped over. I have, I think I have 2 Leaper scopes. One was a long eye relief. Shoot. I think it had like a 4 power to 9 power zoom. It was for a shit. What do they call that when they mount the scope over the barrel? Damn.
Cantilevered.
No, not cantilevered. It was a damn it, I can't remember. One of the old one of the famous old gun guys came up with the concept. Fuck, I can't remember his name either. I need more brain force and krill oil. Oh man.
You know, I got a bottle of the Brain Force as a complimentary, item on an order last year. It didn't do a damn thing for me.
I went through a bottle of it and I wasn't impressed. I've been using granulated lecithin, which
Okay.
I got remarkable results from over the years, and I was hoping the brain force would work like the granulated lecithin did, but it didn't. That's why I got the krill oil. I wanted to see if it would have the same effect. Although the granulated lecithin is cheaper by far. But
Yeah, I was buying stuff through InfoWars, but I'm finding better stuff cheaper on Amazon from different companies.
Yeah.
I buy my turmeric and my elderberry and my zinc and my tart cherry all on Amazon now, and my colloidal silver.
Well, I make my own colloidal silver. I have to re-up my zinc because I'm running it. I haven't tried the elderberry yet or the cumin. Although if I cook more Mexican food, I could use cumin.
Yeah, I like putting cumin in my tacos and my chili.
Yep. Yeah, that's the other seasoning people don't realize is in there.
Yeah, this is the can.
Yep. How long did it take you to get approved for that?
Oh, it's not completed yet. It's technically not an NFA item since it's not fully completed. I still need to get the freeze plug set up on the inside.
Oh, I get you.
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's a solvent trap.
yeah, I ordered 2 of those complete solvent trap, 2 baffles, end caps off of Wish.
Yeah, I've seen ads for those, and I've said before that I don't like Wish because it's all Chinese crap, but I think I could, part with $100 to get a complete can through them. I wouldn't have a problem doing that.
Well, I ordered 2 of them, and for that type, they were about $12 or $13 a piece. But I'm still waiting for them.
How
and
long?
I ordered them around the middle of March.
Well, there are international shipping issues. Stuff that's coming into the West Coast from over in Asia are getting warehoused because they have to inspect them for COVID reasons.
Yes.
We're still waiting on a bunch of packages from Australia from Jack to a bunch of people. They're all held up in warehouses right now.
That wouldn't surprise me. I had heard that on the way in, they're looking for things like that.
It wouldn't surprise me.
Most famously was the Glock Select Fire kit.
Glock 18 stuff.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I wish I had come across that before it became public. But that's water under the bridge.
Well, I think that toy that you showed us a couple months ago, that was pretty nice. The lightning link.
Yeah, you know, I haven't tested it any further, and I need to continue that. It worked great in the AR9.
Okay.
Had sort of good results in the AR-15, but in the AR-762 by 39, it wouldn't work at all. And I actually wanted to look further into what is actually being manipulated there by that part.
Now,
So I could alter it.
were you trying it on gas impingement rifles or piston rifles?
Gas
for the-
impingement.
Okay. Yeah, you might have different results if you're using the piston setup.
Well,
I don't
see,
speak from experience, but it would make sense that they'd be a little bit different.
Well, since they're 3D printed, the parts usually come out slightly smaller than they're supposed to be. So that was like the next step, is to find out if I changed the dimensions a little bit, whether it would increase the reliability. But then it's like there's two designs of those. The common one, which I got somewhere, let me fumble around a little bit. Can I do this? I got them here. Okay. There's two designs.
Okay.
This, if I can find the damn camera, that's like the standard. Okay. This one has this little thing on the end that this one I can get it in there at the same time, that this one doesn't have. It's just a different design. This one somewhere, this one does not work at all, whereas the other one works. But I have to find out exactly what's being interfered with to make it operate at all, and then do some adjustment. And after that, I have to find out how long it takes before it wears out. But it was fun. You can burn through a lot of ammunition real fast. I could, manipulating the trigger with more practice, I could do a 3-round burst. The average seemed to be 5 rounds. The shot placement was within a foot or two of my target, out at like 100 yards. So overall, I was impressed with it. But I'd have to experiment with it more to find out how practical it really is.
Yeah, I think if I get a decent tax return this year, I might consider buying a binary trigger setup for my AR.
Yeah.
I think I don't know if it's Timney or Geisley, one of the two. They have this real interesting design where the actual switch to go between the two different modes mounts on the bottom of the trigger guard. It's like a paddle switch.
Yes.
Yeah, it's ambidextrous. I think they're like $250. I might consider getting one of those.
Well, that's another thing I have to look deeper into. It would be interesting. You know, I can shoot well semi-auto. So in toying with this, it's more like, how practical is it?
The only fully auto firearm that I've ever fired was a HK MP40 that our local police department SWAT team was using.
Yeah.
The chief of police was one of the assistant scoutmasters in my Boy Scout troop, and we used to do firearm training at the range at the station. And he used to let us play with some of the stuff.
Cool. Cool. The only full auto that I had shot before that was it was a Mac 9. And even though I like the design, the Mac 9 is only good for close in shit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Notorious for barrel rise up and to the
Yeah.
right, I think.
Yeah. I remember there was a story back in the late 90s, early 2000s that a Mac 9 was confiscated from somebody, and the police took it to their range to test it, and it went full auto on the cop, and it rose up, and he actually blew his brains out with it.
There was a video that I saw probably about 10 years ago. You familiar with the website liveleak.com?
Yes.
Yeah, they had a video. Some idiot let like a 9-year-old girl shoot a fully automatic Uzi at a range somewhere, and the barrel rise got out of control on her hand, and she shot herself in the fucking head.
Yep. I remember that story too.
Yeah, when I was in Boy Scouts, that's basically where I learned to shoot, was the 50-yard rifle range with 22s. And once you got your riflery merit badge, they allowed you to stay after hours at the range and, play with some other stuff. And you couldn't touch that stuff unless you knew what you were doing. They were very careful. The range officer there, he had it down.
Yeah, it's like I would like to try a select fire Glock, but I definitely would use one of those stocks and a foregrip with it. I can't, it's like, whether it's a Mac or an Uzi or even a Glock, it's like there's already too many things that can go wrong where you could end up blowing your brains out. I'd rather have a foregrip and a stock, and the damn thing would still be compact,
There are a lot of weird hybrid stock and chassis systems for Glocks nowadays that incorporate a lot of loopholes about like the grips. Like they're not grips, they're magazine retention units and stuff like that.
I've been looking at the Roni. In fact, I found
macaroni.
I found a Roni that you can print yourself on your 3D printer. So I've been looking into that.
That's something I have no idea about at all, is 3D printing. Never got into that.
There's a steep learning curve. So you have to invest a lot of time and you have to learn a lot of shit. But it comes in handy. There's a lot of shit, that you can find on the internet that's already been designed, like a cell phone stand. Well, there's like hundreds of thousands of pre-designed files you can download and just print out. Well, anyway, I'm gonna hit the hay.
They got the old-fashioned paper.
There you go.
This one was always a favorite of mine.
Yes. Well, that's part of the reason why I got all the machine tools. Because working in metal has its advantages.
All right. Well, I think it's time to call it a night. I need to get something to eat and crash.
Yeah, you have a good night, Canoe.
All righty, dude. You take him easy.
And you guys in the chat, have a good evening. See you.
Yeah, definitely. Bruce Wayne, my brother, you have a good one. Crow Minion and Raul. And I think that's everybody that's left. Everybody passed out. So, on that note, I'm going to eat and pass out myself. Thanks for dropping by. It's always a pleasure chatting with y'all. Be vigilant. And we'll catch you on the flip side.